Close by.
Did you ever go to the topless coffee place up in Seattle? Yeah. No, who else? Brody? You think I do open mics? How long have you been out of Russia?
8 years.
What do you do for work in Seattle?
I live here now for a month.
I'm going back after a month?
No.
Oh, you're here. What do you do for work here?
I host at the Beer Valley, which is 532 West Street.
Did you just give a shout out to the Beer Valley? The Beer Valley. What is that? Jeremiah, do you know what this is?
No, but by you giving the address, that SWAT fans will definitely show up to see you.
Yeah, like Brody Stevens, for example.
When you were you know me from the podcast you did. Get in the car, trust me.
When do you work next?
Weekend.
Weekend this week? How many times a week do you go up usually?
1 or 2.
And how much time are you comfortable with?
I don't know. I 10, 15, something like that.
That's the longest you've done is 10 or 15?
Yes.
What's your favorite joke that you do?
Well, I really like this joke. It says that because I'm from Russia, certain things I realize people don't. Like the word milk and the word film are comprised of the same letters. So I wonder how many dyslexic young men went to film school hoping to score it with a cougar.
Not bad. It's not bad.
Well,
You're thinking in the right direction. I think it's always like I hate being this older dude who's like the Taylor's It's just so it's just so annoying. Like when I was a child, but I do think the difference is just like following that thread. That if you can write a joke like that again, I really think you just keep in that mindset. You just keep following that thread and expand. Don't just stop at one thing. It's never a noun. Your jokes, they're verbs. That makes sense. Like your whole act should always be changing.
I have a follow-up for that joke. I was like, I said it wrong. I meant how many dyslexic young men went to film school just to become crappy filmmakers.
Man, you're like the Pussy Riot of comedy. In that you're pretty terrible. It's impressive. Not a good band. I mean, a year in and you don't move the mic stand, but I get it. You're from Seattle. It's not the best place to start.
Everybody's terrible after a year. I mean, they just got terrible.
I was murdering a year in.
Hey, man.
I was. Keep doing it. A year's very new, but have confidence up there. Keep doing it. You gotta move the mic. That's one thing I did. Move the mic out of the way. Stand up this way. Know what you're doing. Little Esther moved on, so auditioning new Little Esters.
Yeah.
So, keep doing your thing.
Keep doing that kind of joke. I mean, keep thinking that way. I think you could be funny.
It keeps seducing Douglas.
How do you say your name?
Orishik.
Rothschild. Renati?
Renata.
Renata?
Renata.
I say, my name is Renata with 2 A's.
Alrighty.
Renata Orishik, everybody. She's not on Twitter. Yeah.
Put the mic foot through.
Fuck yeah. Oh, wow. Look at that.
Thank you,
Renata. There she goes. Taking her cup of oil with her. Fuck yeah, everybody. Okie dokie. Let's keep the fun train moving along here. We're going to get together for Jesse Rothenberg. Here he comes. That's a new name. Wow, this is not Jesse Rothenberg. This is Brody's Pizza. It's been a blood sugar attack.
Thank you very much.
Oh my God. Wow.
All right.
However, Jesse Rothenberg. Very impressive. Fuck yeah. Wow, I thought you just gave back comedy tips, Brody. That's pretty impressive.
$5, a good
That should
tip.
have gotten a bigger laugh, by the way. That's an in-the-moment joke.
Wait, hold
It would
on.
have to be a show where the people are getting tips.
Hold on.
Okay.
$5. Go. What's a good tip for $23?
Whoa!
You don't talk to me that way.
Killing it.
Isn't 5 a good? Tony said that was a good tip. Should I do more than 5? 6.
How many hangovers? How many hangovers were you in?
All right, here's 5.
Keep it.
6.
Right.
And I gave you 5 in here. That's 11. Is 11 good?
Yes.
All right, get this guy an
90%.
Yes. So again, $11. That's not bad.
You have any jokes you want to do, man? Well, see you later. Joe's Pizza, everybody. Joe's Pizza. Experience together for your next comedian, Jesse Rothenberg, everyone. Here he is.
All right. Alrighty then. I'm here to take a stand, guys. Take a stand against the #1 issue facing men today. That's right, the fact that we can't be respected in shorts. It was a hot one out there today, and you know what? I didn't like it. So I went and changed into shorts after work. I mean, girls short, they get paid 30% less, but they get sundresses and skirts. It's easy, it's breezy, it's beautiful. So, I don't know, if you agree with me, if you're a guy, I think you should join in, take a stand with me. I mean, some of you might prefer pants, but you know, some of you prefer looking buttholes too, so it's up to you. If you're with me, these are my knees, let them breathe. These are my knees, let them breathe. These are my knees, let them breathe. I'm full of shit. I haven't pooped in 2 days.
Yeah. Fuck yeah. I love that. All about the shorts. Yeah. Fuck yeah. It's like it's really beautiful poetry.
I like to do some campaign slogan. These are my knees, let them breathe.
Yeah.
Rothenberg, Tony.
Usually when a line doesn't work for a comedian, they don't repeat it 5 times. That's what I like. That's true comedy. That's fuck you confidence is what that is. Just he doesn't even care if you guys laugh or not. It takes a lot of guys a lot of years to get to that point. And
Like when you wrote that, what were you thinking about in terms of it being actually funny? Like not just being like,
Yeah.
you said, I want to write about shorts. You guys can't be
I
respected.
feel like maybe he was doing like really long jokes at one point. Somebody's like, dude, you should be doing like short jokes. And he's like, okay, I'm gonna do that.
See, Tony Hansen's fun.
Do you want to know the origin of it? It was just really warm one weekend in February.
It's not a joke, though. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's not.
Like the story behind it doesn't matter. I'm already bored. But
Board shorts?
I don't know. What did you do before comedy?
College?
Okay. How old are you?
23.
All right.
What'd you go to college for?
Economics.
How's that working out for you?
I got a job from it. That's how I live.
Yeah.
What do you do for work?
I'm an analyst.
What do
embarrassed by the way you're talking about this.
I just, do we have to talk about this? Jesse.
All right, you relax. By the way, you want to slide? I have
Brody, I'm not letting you talk with your mouth full. I'm sorry.
It's not full anymore. All right, let's find out. Where are you from, Jesse?
Philadelphia.
Philadelphia, great town. I was in the movie there, Philadelphia too. I played Banderas as Hank's love child. And then how long you been here in LA?
About 9 months.
What now? Did you go to New York? Did you think about going to New York, or did you?
No, I got a job here, so I came here.
What you did for your analyst job?
Yeah.
And then you wear the shorts on stage all the time. Is that your shtick?
No, only when
How much time did you spend writing this set? Be honest. 1 day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought of it one. Yeah, I
Yeah,
thought of
you
it
got
one
it
day.
kind of over there, right? And
No,
you
it was at an open mic.
I know, but did you go over it in your head? Probably not, really, right? Yeah, you can't do comedy like that.
I've done it a few times.
I know, but that's like,
Yeah.
If I were you, I'd do the whole Tony Hawk thing. I'd play that. You gotta
just write, bro. You're not writing.
You just gotta do the whole Tony Hawk thing.
Yeah,
do the Tony Hawk
you know, throw a cowboy hat on and just kill it.
That's where you start. That's where you start. It is journey. People don't need athlete, audience warm up, positive energy. I believe in it. So that's what I'm known as. You could be like a skater guy. You're gonna dress like that. One does matter.
One of your mottos was let my knees breathe, but you're wearing a knee brace on one of the knees. So literally, even though you're wearing shorts,
There's a little bit of hole there, you know.
I see. But what happened to your knee?
I tore my ACL.
Doing economic shit.
Oh yeah, hard. Sure.
Navy SEAL stuff or what?
Snowboarding.
Wow.
It's a lot.
So
You say that's a lie?
Tell me you're a private dancer.
what are you so afraid to tell us about this economics job?
Oh, it's just a very boring job, and like whenever I meet people or go on dates or something, people want to ask me about it. It's just, I don't know. There's
Well, what do you want to talk about? What's more interesting than that about you? Where are you from?
Philadelphia.
Well, what did you do for? Brody, you're unbelievable tonight. I love it. It's always a risk booking Brody Stevens. You never know which Brody you're going to get and how much of which Brody, and it's always fun. First guest to ever fucking order a pizza out of 109 episodes. It took 109 hour-and-a-half long shows for a pizza to come up here at the same time as a comedian. It's pretty epic. Jesse, you ever delivered pizzas before?
Nope.
The pizza's dripping, by the way.
Listen, Jesse, I just
Yeah.
get some energy going. It's all about energy and payments,
Brody,
everybody.
Brody, you're doing crowd warm-up right now.
That's what we need right now. It's energy.
You really need to find your voice. It sounded like you were doing like a bit. It sounded like a story.
Yeah, I know.
It doesn't sound like you talking to me. Like if you wanted to tell me about shorts, you wouldn't tell me like that.
I know. Yeah, I know.
So find the meat that's in the joke, if there is a joke in there, and then just try to do it out of your own voice.
It's just like something I have that I know is a minute.
No, but dude, there's no effort. You can't like be nice to yourself on this. Because there's no effort. There's no joke. You're just talking about, hey guys, girls wear sundresses, we wear shorts, and like. You gotta be a little like Anushka, whatever her name was. She actually like at least was trying to figure out. She had like MILF and fat, whatever. Right? It's new. It's maybe not the funniest thing, but there's effort. I can see at least some effort there. Like you can't tell me that you thought for more than 1 fucking minute about what you were gonna do tonight. You got up and you talked about shorts, but there was no joke, bro. You were acting like you were an activist for
To be
shorts.
honest, I was stopped at home to change it to shorts, so I thought of it a little bit ahead of time.
I know that. It's not like a rocket scientist. You just got up and
I
were
wore
like,
shorts all the time. I did best to have sport show, because it's sport show. When I did Chelsea, never wore shorts.
And when I did Just Damn Short Show, never wore shorts.
Yeah, Brody,
I'm just talking about shorts. So let's just get a thread, energy, push, hands on the pocket. Let's go. Who's up next?
Brody, you do this thing where you keep pushing the.
But man, you know what? My instincts are right. I'm not going to go against my instincts. I'm from LA, 818 till I die, born and raised in show business. I have a natural knack to understand comedic timing and energies. Let's push it along.
I'm just gonna keep agreeing with you. Jesse Rothenberg. I love it. I can roll with that. I can roll with Brody ending it. Let's get another name up here. Bianca Cristobal.
All right, Bianca.
Hi guys. I'm actually from the Czech Republic. I know I don't look like a typical Eastern European girl, and I don't know what to tell you. My mom is white, blonde hair, blue eyes. I've never met my father, but I'm guessing not. My mom loves me though. I remind her of the best summer she's ever had. She was in Africa about 25 years ago. She had sex on the beach with this black dude. It was sexy and hot and sweaty, and I know that because I was there. It was the last time I saw my father. I was like, Daddy, don't leave me inside of this crazy white woman. He's like, I'm just going to get some cigarette. That was it. So I lived here for a while in America, and I had a blast, but I'm going to be 25 now, so I'm ready to settle down. I'm ready to get married. I don't have like a biological clock, but I do have an expiring visa. So.
Good job. Bravo.
There it is.
Fucking, that's what you call Eastern European discipline. And love. Fucking, that's good. Bravo. Fucking, that's effort. That's goddamn effort in another language. She comes to this country at 25 and makes everybody laugh. That's a big fucking accomplishment.
Absolutely.
Congratulations. That puts me in a good mood. I love fucking effort. Bravo.
How long have you been in America?
5 years.
Wow. Wow.
Good
That's
for you.
amazing. And I feel like you speak better English than everybody
She
who's
does.
here tonight.
She's a better person.
Including Eric Carter, who's from the South. It's really interesting. Bianca, that's amazing. How long have you been doing stand-up?
9 months.
Wow.
Bravo.
You're right. You can tell you're right. You're right a lot. How many times a week do you go out?
Like Wednesday.
Damn right you do.
That's right.
I like to have you on the Friday
Oh,
show.
that means I'm just pumped.
I like to have you on the Friday show at the Death Squad.
That's right, the universe rewards effort.
Bianca just booked a spot. That's how it works.
I'd like to have you on my podcast.
Wow, there you go.
Yes!
I think you did great. I like you got a nice, positive, your demeanor, confident, and yes, of course you have jokes, these guys understand, but you have good confidence. You stepped to the front of the stage, you took charge, and your body language is really good. You got a nice little visual doing it. That's nice.
You have intelligence and poise.
Where are you
I
at?
like that word, poise.
Here in LA.
What school?
I went to some school.
Can I get your transcripts, please? Guys, I just booked another student moving. Oh, I must have joking. Darn it. They're 9th graders. That's the joke. I'm sorry. I'm nervous.
So you've been in LA for 5 years.
Yes.
And did you come straight for film school?
Yes.
Wow, the Czech Republic. What's that place like?
Well, like, it's next to Germany and Austria. It's very like that, except we speak Czech. It's more like closer to Russia.
What city in the Czech Republic?
Prague.
Prague, of course.
What's that like?
Beautiful. Yeah.
I think a lot of it was spared during the war. So
Exactly. Oh, yeah, because when Hitler, we're like, you can have that. We didn't fight at all.
the Nazis didn't follow it.
No, he only
I tried to take Bianca out. She was like, I would wait for her. Oh, interesting. I love this. Kat Reagan went for it. Fucking rejected. I like that. Good to know. You want to play her a song?
Who do you go out with? Yeah. Josh Meyerowitz?
Oh, wait for it. That's for the 4 people who know who that is in the room. Good job, Brody. Bianca, what's your type? Kat Reagan is a young, rising, amazing talent.
Who's the most attractive man to you in Hollywood?
I guess my boyfriend.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, Michael Fassbender.
Wow, interesting. So you like...
Older. Wrinkles.
You forgive me. Michael Fassbender.
Oh, wow. Now I know why she didn't go out with you. She just rejected going out with you again, by the way. If you could sell Bianca on why she should go out with you in 15 seconds.
Don't.
Fuck yeah.
It's all mine. Don't worry about it. Enjoy going back to Europe.
Wow. Interesting. You're evil. Is this boyfriend going to save you? You think he's going to wait? How much longer do you have on the visa? Wow. Interesting. Like a few months? You don't... Wow.
He's not going to save you, is he? So you have a few months to go fucking crazy and find somebody that will in 2 months.
Brian Redband is what
That's
he
right.
said.
Are you ticklish?
Oh, God. Jesus, Brian.
Yeah.
It's like, I can't believe this has turned into the regular question. But,
Jeremiah, try to tickle her.
no, Jeremiah, don't do it.
It's not my job.
So, Bianca, this boyfriend of yours, how do we get him to propose and save you? You don't want to go back to the Czech Republic, right?
Yeah, sure. Like, yeah, let's convince him. I don't know. I tried.
Is he in the audience right now?
No, they'll see.
Dude, if you had 2 months left in this country, you should spend every single second with you. You should be taken care of.
He should absolutely marry you. He should totally marry you. He needs to...
This is advice from guys that haven't had sex with you yet. It's fine. I can't believe that fucking guy's not with you every single fucking minute. I would burn this whole place down for you. If you were my girlfriend, I'd make Tuesday just look at you day. Bottom line. These fucking loser. The guy's a fucking loser. You need a guy who really appreciates you. Like the fine wine you are, I'd sip you. I'd sip you all day. I've been that guy too, so I understand.
I mean,
But I really would attack you.
I just don't think he's ever going to get anything better. I think he needs to check himself before he wrecks himself.
Oh, shit.
See what I
Oh,
mean?
shit, yes.
Needs to marry and
Answer
check.
the professional.
It's a dumb audience tonight. Bianca, what else? Anything you want to say? You want to propose to him via live podcast right now? He might be watching on Ustream. What does he do?
Well, no, he works in a post.
Post. I thought you were going to say post office for a second. The only mailman someone like you should be hooking up with is Carl Malone. You know what I'm saying? There you go. The ones that do get that should be clapping. The ones that don't, I still hate you. Bianca, what do you think about this audience tonight? You're the only person that killed the entire time.
Thank you. I thought that was amazing. Yeah. Give it up for yourself. Great. Best ever.
I love it. Well, it's been a pleasure seeing you for the first time. I hope that you come back again soon, and we'll see you Friday at the Ice House. It's Bianca Cristobal.
Yeah! Leave the boyfriend at home.
I love it. This fucking place is crazy. The doorways just packed with people. It's an exciting feeling in this room. Fire hazard mode. You know what? Let's move to. Actually, no. Let's get one more up here as fast as we can. Let's see what happens. Put your hands together for Mark Stevens. That's simple enough.
How you guys doing? Good, I'm doing good. I just quit my job. Yeah! Who needs work? Or food. And I don't know how to get a new job because I'm one of the dumbest people I've ever met in my life. And it started when I was like a kid. Like, Normal kids would get like report cards sent home to them. Me and my brother get letters asking what the hell was wrong with us, we didn't sleep at night, eating. And God bless my mother because she never understood what a learning disability was. You know, her growing up, she was more trying hard. School literally called my house and was like, "Hey, hi, Mrs. Stevens. Well, we just think Mark might have a slight case of dyslexia." Oh my God, I'm so sorry about that. I'm gonna sit Mark down and have a talk with him. He's not gonna be allowed to watch television this weekend. He ain't gonna have fucking dyslexia on Monday, I'm gonna tell you that right now. Thank you very much, just one time.
Yeah. All right, Steven. Interesting. You can talk into the mic. How you doing, man?
Oh, good. It's my first time on the show.
First time on this show. How long you been on stand-up?
Oh, been doing it since I was 17, 26 now, so
9 years. Really?
I don't like where this is going, but all right.
Did you take a break?
Yeah.
In the middle?
8.5-year-long break?
I guess I did. I mean, you don't go up every week. I mean, you started 9 years ago, but then you like took months off, and then you like that kind of, or do you do it every week?
That's really, how long have you been on here?
Where we make more.
You guys just talking to me?
Yeah, that's a feature.
Writing what? Fiction jokes. That's for sure. Really? That's the one? He bombs for a minute.
But Tony does have a point.
Abandoned me.
Tony, we may as well be honest. Tony has a point. There weren't any jokes in that. You know that, right? Where were the jokes? Like, he had a minute. Would you agree with that, or do you think there was a joke in that? Just out of curiosity.
What nationality are you?
Armenian.
Oh, so you're an Uber driver? All right, listen, I knew you. I know. I'll tell you what, Mark, right?
Yeah.
I thought it was fine. I can tell you're from like Boston or back east, and you know that's you established. That's how your mom is. You know, I visualize you in school having a problem, dyslexic. Your mom does. I got it. I mean, I'm not saying it was joke. I follow it along. I get it. I'm not surprised. You're a nice guy, and I can see you definitely like have a Boston, Toronto. You're very nice.
Okay, so the joke. The way it's
Good.
Wait,
Guess I'll take that as a win. This is not nice. This is not a nice town.
But the joke was, they tell your mother that you're dyslexic and she's going to fix that. Oh my God, I'm sorry about that. It's like a behavioral problem when it's really actually an inherent sort of neurological problem.
Yeah.
You say she's from Boston. She's old school. The phone rang.
Yeah, exactly.
But how often is that? Be honest. How often when you do that joke does it get a lot?
All the time.
It gets.
It's never failed.
Really?
Never failed.
Never failed, not once.
Where are you performing at?
For your mom.
For your mom.
Special Olympics? What the fuck are we talking about here?
You gotta start being
Who
honest with
laughs
yourself.
at it? Is it because you slap yourself in the forehead in the middle of it? Who's laughing at this? Where are you
like the
performing?
slap. I did not like the slap. Anytime somebody does like personal harm to themselves, that felt like it hurt.
Yeah.
So that's now I'm thinking he just hurt himself and he's crazy.
And then you hear the slap and you don't hear the laugh, and it's like, wow, that's hurt nothing.
Yeah. All right. Like I said, I would be comfortable giving you like a dinner gig in Boston or New York or Brooklyn. It's nice comedy. Nobody got hurt or threatened. If you want to say the smack, maybe the smack on the head, whatever we call that hacky or whatever. But I thought it was fine. You know,
What do you mean by you thought it was fun?
I thought the story. I understood.
Yeah, but it wasn't funny.
Mark, are you
I'm not saying it was, but it was an introduction to his life.
I know, but he had a minute. So in a minute, you're supposed to do jokes, right? We're just being honest to help you. This is not about criticism.
Oh, I totally
Because, I mean, who cares about that? But I'm more interested in helping you. So let's be honest. That's not a joke.
Yeah, it's true. Are you really dyslexic?
Not really. No, I know.
They thought that's how bad it was. They actually thought they were like trying to
What do you
fix
mean
it.
that's how bad they thought you were? You were bad?
At school. Like,
I knew you weren't dyslexic by the way you told the joke.
Yeah.
I knew you didn't believe what you were saying.
And not many dyslexic people go get writing degrees either. It just doesn't work that way. That's like a person.
You see that? He's the detective. He's the
How's
house
your
cop.
name? Mark Stevens. You're Armenian. What kind of fake name is that?
well, I will get
Mark Stevens or
Wow, Mark
Mark Stevens,
Brody
yeah.
Stevens, I get it. You guys come from a long family of mental health issues.
Basically, yeah. Tony, it's a below the belt shot.
I could give you a story.
Go ahead, tell us, Mark.
All right.
Oh, thanks, Brody.
It was
When you don't want to move it along too quickly, it's I'm ready to get rid of them.
It was my grandfather, my father's side. He was on the radio in the 1950s. His real name was
Casey Kasem?
no.
Man Jeff.
His name was Charles Stevens Abajian.
Oh.
But it was a Middle Eastern last name on the radio. Also, 1950s. Armenia was under control of the USSR at the time. So a Middle Eastern name during the Red Scare under the communist country was really going to work on the radio. So he dropped his name to make it Chuck Stevens, like the whitest name in the fucking world. So that's my one.
Chuck Stevens? Is he the
He died many years ago.
The guy from the news? No.
But that's kind of what happened. That's why I'm Mark Stevens.
I love this. Mark and Brody, you guys have an amazing energy together.
Because I look at the positive. Maybe it wasn't joke, but I'd be very comfortable putting them at like a dinner show.
What are these
What are you
dinner
talking
shows?
about? Dinner show?
You gotta get into a time machine and go back to the Kowloon in Boston. I know exactly what you're talking
Because
about.
when I lived in New York, I do shows in Brooklyn. They have those like nice shows about old mothers, just like they don't know. Remember?
You got it. I'm going to book you for a brunch. There he goes, Mark Stevens, everybody. That's it for Mark.
Don't feel bad, Mark.
He's on Twitter.
Keep doing it. Be positive. I have mental illness also.
That's
I
right.
haven't booked anything since that came out. It's hurt my career.
Mark the Shark 927 is what he is on Twitter. Bianca Cristoval, by the way, is Bianca Cristoval. BIANCRISTOVAOO. No W there. AO at the end. Guys, this is the part of the show where we have our two regulars come up. They do a brand new 60 seconds every week. Their names don't go in the bucket. They just do this. They write a new minute, they perform a new minute. This week's no different. Going up first tonight with a brand new minute. You know her from the Dysentery podcast. Tell Tony, put your hands together for the one and only Sarah Wineshank, everybody.
What's up? Well, kids. Ugh. I don't know if I want to have them. Haven't made up my mind. I'm afraid. I'm afraid of having a daughter that comes out exactly like me. Also, a moth just flew off my wrist. We had to say it. We had to get that out of the way. So anyways, afraid of having a daughter because I can't deal with two of myself. Like, I would hate to have some little person that sees the world the way that I do. I'd be sleeping, and in the middle of the night, my door would just creak open. She'd be standing there. She'd be like, "Tooth fairies." So you mean to tell me there's some whimsical woman that's coming in my room in the night and taking my body parts? Sounds like we need new locks.
There it is, a minute. About not wanting to have a daughter. But yeah.
You have baby fever?
No.
How would you feel about having a son?
I mean,
You don't want to have a kid at all.
I don't know. I don't want to be pregnant at all.
Right. Why?
It's like, it looks like bloated as fuck.
It is true. It is sort of strange that the way that the human body did it was just make it like a gut for a woman.
How old are you right
That's
now?
what they fear the most.
20.
20?
Yeah.
Okay. I like the way you dress.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Brian wants to give you that daughter that you've
I was
always
gonna say, I pack heat. I will admit that, and that's been the elephant in the room. I wonder how much heat he packs, and the answer is a lot. But if you're into money and big dicks, whatever, big deal. But no, some people don't like to laugh and come that much. But so what? But the point is, what I was going to ask you is that you are all bullshit aside, you're a very attractive woman, and I think that you are, I like your persona, and I like what you do, and I think it's comedic. I wouldn't be afraid, though, to be less ironic and maybe embrace a little bit more of just what you look like. You're sexy. You're good looking. And there's this fucking weird thing in our society where if you're good looking or sexy or have that potential, you're supposed to play it down. Because a lot of women don't want to be known for just that, which I think is the biggest crock of bullshit in the fucking world. Because I happen to think we live in a very puritanical, sexually repressed time period. You can't talk about wanting to fuck everybody. I walk around wanting to fuck strangers. And if a guy is really honest about that, which I always am, you're looked at as a creep. I may be, and you put a little creep in me. Sorry to go on this fucking diatribe. But just know that you do that to people, and that's a strength, not a weakness. So I love your persona. I think you have a lot of potential, and I think you're pretty funny. But I think it's no big deal to embrace the fact that you're also a fucking good-looking, sexy woman. I feel like singing a song.
Powerful. I thought for sure that was going to end with "Will you marry me?" But I love it. Brody, anything for Wine Shank?
Great. It's hard to come up with that. I'm coming up with the material of the week. I saw the beginning, the end. I see it in the little thing. Go a million directions with that.
It's true, and I think you might want to hit it a little more on the head, with Tooth Fairy. Almost like, what's the deal with that? Like, having what's funny is the daughter being comedian-esque, and that's the part that you're getting to. But I feel like it took a second. Like, people that know you will know that. People that know your style, like both movie fans and stuff like that. But to make it a little more, to make it transcend to everyone's still branding track, make it more like almost like passion. Even though you wouldn't say what's the deal with Tooth Fairies.
He's not wanting to be pregnant.
I mean, and I want to do more.
That's funny. That should be part of your joke.
So should the pregnant thing.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go, Sarah Wine Shank.
Thank you.
Sarah Wine Shank.
Have any minute. Your final comedian of the night with another brand new minute ever since her first time on stage. Put your hands together for the dropout from Florida University, the one and only Kimberly Compton, everybody. Here she is.
Thank you. I have a friend who's really wild. She's crazy. She loves to gamble. And by that I mean she fucks a lot of dudes without condoms. She told me the other day that she had sex with 4 guys at the same time. That's a lot of dick, you know? Like, I started to think, like, one person's normal sex, 2 people's, like, maybe, like, one fun night out or something, like a crazy night. 3, all your holes are filled. But 4 dudes, there's just, like, one dude jacking off in the corner, like, tweaking a nipple. Like, what's he doing? That's like an overwhelming amount of penis, you know? Like, she probably smelled like dick for days. I don't know. I couldn't eat meat after that. That's it.
Good punchline.
Really is.
Nothing wrong.
Good punchline.
Nothing wrong with bringing that guy in the corner.
Fuck yeah.
It's not a bad spot.
Even when they don't know you're there.
Even when they don't. Good stuff. Again, it's like you see the confidence before you do it. You see like everybody having more confidence when they take this thing. That's what matters. You see that for the last 2 years. You have the confidence. That's what I see.
Yeah, that's definitely a new minute. I mean, that was great. To think of the four-person joke. I think there's more there even. You know, like I sort of, while listening to it, there was this giant pizza box between us, and it sort of made me think like, you know, 3 people, that's like 1 large pizza. But if there's 4 people, then you have to order 2 pizzas. Like almost like there's like things that with 5 total people.
Yeah, you know, we wouldn't expect. Like, you want to surprise
So
us.
you guys see how hard that's killing with the 1 guy that's paying attention to me? Yeah.
4 guys, the volleyball team, you know, whatever.
Right, exactly.
Something like change it up. Like this. I wanted to be surprised by like 3 people's a threesome, 4 people is something, and then you know when it's 4 guys or 5 people total, it's something.
Starting lineup.
Starting lineup. But it's something way funnier than that, though. I don't know. It's out
Using condoms?
You go there. You get it.
Oh, you asked me were they using condoms? No.
They weren't. Okay. That's official.
4th guy's a gay guy, and he's like in charge of cleanup.
When I did
Oh, God. Why the act out afterwards? No, Brian. No, don't do that. It's my birthday. Don't do that. Kim.
Make it visual. That's my thing.
I love it.
I wanted to be at that scene.
It's a brand new minute, and if I had more time, I'd want to tag it out even more because I think that's so funny. Matt, you got anything?
I just feel like that was really sad.
Right. It was all on one topic. You did it again. Kimberly Compton, everybody. There she goes. Well, we did it again, everybody. Episode 109 of Kill Tony. Our artist, we have an in-house artist, everybody, named Ryan J. Ebelt, who every week draws a brand new version of the show that he saw here tonight. It's always the panel, and it's always unbelievable. Wow. I love that. This is a very Kill Bill, Kill Tony centric one where I believe Brian Redband is Uma Thurman in this. That's incredible. I'm Bill. Pi Mays, Brody Stevens with the gray mustache.
Enjoy it.
I love that. The great Brian Callen. Guys, anything coming up that you want to promote to the 200,000 weekly downloads that we get?
I'll be in San Francisco June 25th, 26th, 27th at the Punchline. Come on by.
Brody Stevens.
Me, Saturday, I'm doing a corporate event in Scottsdale, and then
You got it. Performing at a dinner show on Friday.
I'm doing Tulsa, and then after that, nothing. I'm on vacation. I saved up, for the summer, so I don't really do much comedy anymore, but
I call it vacation when I don't get booked places. You got it. Pat Reagan is Patty Reagan on Twitter. Anything else coming up? Catch him every Monday here on Kill Tony, and at Roast Battle every Tuesday. Our sister show, Midnights, here at the Comedy Store.
As always, guys, check out my website, www.babydick.com.
Yeah.
All the updates.
I don't know whether that's real or not, but either way, saying www is the stupidest thing ever. Either the joke is that it's a real website or it's fake, but just say babydick.com and bomb a little bit less.
I have 3 slices of pizza if you guys want. Anybody wants?
Yeah.
They're clean, 3
You
slices.
should have offered them the pizza before the show. They would have liked you more, Brody.
I didn't really didn't like me. I'm just like doing my own thing. And that's kind of negative, but that's okay.
He really had to blast off on you guys a few times. One more time.
Get it going. It's energy. Thank you.
Brody Stevens, Brian Callen, Pat Reagan, Ryan J. Josh Martin, Brian
television
Redband,
show.
Jamie Vernon.
Don't hate on me. I do an hour and 15 in the main room.
You got it.
You think I would do it if I was unhappy yelling the whole time?
Good night, everybody. Thank you. Good night. Thank you.
Welcome, Tony. How you living, big dog? Hope you're having a good day.
Hello.
Hello, how are you? Can you hear me? Oh, you can't hear me.
Yeah, here we are again, everybody. Another beautiful Monday evening. It's like a real live show. So we have some new people in the crowd staring at
Yo.
us.
Shema Israel Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Baruch Shem Kavod Malchut Toleh, my bad.
Stone Faces, how are you, sir? You okay up there? Yeah, the thumbs up. Great for podcasting. Hi, everybody. Welcome, audience. You guys ready for a crazy Monday night or what?
No, I mean, for sure. Other Jeffrey L. King. Chaim. But this is the majority of the reply. Really? Yes, sir. What else? Son? ESPN. ESPN. Da-na-na. Da-na-na. Fucking lies in the deepest, darkest fucking parts of my brain. Really? Yeah, was it ESPN? Yeah. Right, right, right. Alright. But is that the end of your story? No, dog, you got some shit to review. Like what? Thing. Why? Why not? Tell me, fuck. 57. Oh, fuck that shit. 3761 creation of the world. Growth of automated Alpha. 3631 137 Adam was born. 3526 235 Enosh, son of Seth was born. 3436 325 Kenan, son of Enosh was born. 3366 395 Mahalel, son of Kenan was born. Look at Omer. What is it? Look at that annihilation of Omer, shaking the shadow of himself with father and opposite throughout Omer. Blessed are you, Hashem, our God, King of the universe, who has sanctified us with his commandments and commanded us concerning the counting of the Omer. Today is 26 days, which is 3 weeks and 5 days. May the merciful one rebuild the Beit HaMikdash. May the merciful one restore unto us the service of the Beit HaMikdash to its place speedily in our days of Salah. Today's 26 days, which is 3 weeks. Oh, I did it. Chicken ass, baby. Right, here we go. So day 2 is bullshit. And we look up hot Latina and Asian chicks. That next. Asian next.
I'm Dr. Justin Sledge,
What
and
up, Dr.
welcome
Justin
to
Sledge?
Esoterica,
What
where
about
we explore
Indian?
the
I like
arcane
Indian
in
chicks.
history, philosophy,
Alright.
and religion.
List
One
of
of the most
hottest
difficult
Indian chicks.
aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism
Oh,
and Kabbalah is
just
getting a
do
handle
feel
on
good.
just how those
Maybe
ideas
something.
developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is
That
just
bitch is
one
hot as
thing
fuck.
at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel unto the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Techia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series under the playlist Entering the Garden, Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I'd hope you check out my other content on topics in esotericism and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism and hermetic philosophy by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Well, I want to say welcome back. Welcome back this evening to the second part of our 10-session romp through Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. And as we talked about last time,
That's
right,
type
and
1
Kabbalah,
person.
right, we're still 1,200
That's
years
type.
away from Kabbalah. It's still way off in the distance. So we're still very much in a time period
Game
right
changer.
around the turn of the Common Era. That is to say, around the year 0, right? That's if you want to get an anchor of where we are. And just to recap a bit, right? Just to recap a little bit
That
from
did
last
not
time, to
be
sort of
person.
see where we are in the lay of the land.
Bullshit.
We defined mysticism, at least for the purposes of this class, which doing things like defining mysticism makes it certain that everybody will disagree with you that studies this stuff. So I'm just basically, anytime I say, I'm going to define mysticism, it's like putting a target on my back. But the way that I want to define it is as a non-rational mode in which one experiences or learns about fundamental reality, and also the traditions that accrue around those experiences. So I would call someone, for instance, that studies mysticism for the idea that those mystics learn fundamental truths, even though perhaps that person themselves didn't have those experiences. I would also consider that person a mystic. So I would say that there is also the idea that you lean on the mystics to learn what they learned, and that puts you in the tradition of folks who are in fact mystics. And there's an entire tradition in Judaism of what we'll call intellectual mystics. We'll get to those much later. And intellectual mystics are those that say, look, I never had this experience, but I trust that this person did, and I think that they're fundamentally right. So that's also, I think, another form of mysticism that actually doesn't involve mystical experiences. And as I mentioned last time, the first Jewish mystics weren't even Jewish. The first Jewish mystics were Israelites, which is a much broader category. Remember that the Jews received that name, the Yehudim received that name as being the descendants of one of the tribes that comprise the 12 tribes of Israel. And so Jewish mystics actually make up a minority of this. So many of the prophets we have in the Hebrew Bible are from all over. They're not necessarily Judahites. And we said that the two forms of mysticism that seem to have been prevalent in Israelite society at that time were folks who experienced theophany. That is to say, God showed up to them, God appeared to them. And on the other hand, for other people, God spoke to them. And if you speak on the behalf of God, that makes you a navi, a prophet. Although sometimes those folks are referred to as ro'eh, as seers. But the idea there is that we have the idea that either those folks can see the future or they hear something from God, and they communicate that to other people. And those folks we typically refer to as the prophets. And the most important theophanies in the Hebrew Bible, historically speaking at least, we don't think that the theophany described in Exodus, where God showed up to the Israelites and to Moses, we're fairly confident that that's a mythological piece of information, not a historical one. But we are relatively confident, many scholars are relatively confident, that the prophets Isaiah and Ezekiel did have some kind of phenomenological encounter. In that encounter, they recorded in the literature of the book of Isaiah and the book of Ezekiel, respectively. Now, the idea that, now you might be wondering, right, how can you say that Moses didn't exist? Well, it's not about whether he did or didn't, it's about what we have evidence for. And we just don't have evidence, really, to believe that that happened. But we have pretty good evidence to believe that the experiences of Isaiah and Ezekiel were, in fact, recorded. And as we talked about last time, prophecy is very well attested all over the ancient Near East, with the weird exception of Egypt. Egypt is kind of prophet-free, which, all things being equal, sounds great. I wouldn't want to live anywhere. I don't want any prophets in my neighborhood. I don't want any guy walking down my street screaming at people because they're like, woe to the disbelievers, Yahweh's going to kill you all. I'm like, I'm going to call the cops on you again. So I don't want to live anywhere near prophets. And so Egypt seems like a pretty great place to be prophet-free. But at any rate, we saw last time that there are a great deal of prophets that live all through the ancient Near East, and especially in the Neo-Assyrian context, which tracks very carefully, very temporally to the ancient Israelite context.
And so we actually know a great deal about, a good deal about those other ancient Near East prophets. We also know that one of the things that happened in the ancient Near Eastern world were prophetic duels. They just didn't take prophets' words for granted because they kind of seemed crazy. And if they seemed crazy to you, they seemed kind of crazy to people back then too, right? Just because you see Jesus in your toast doesn't mean Jesus is in your toast. It might be that you might need help. And so many people in the ancient world also thought, right, this guy's just drunk, right? And there's many cases in the Bible where people do prophecy and other people are like, yeah, they're drunk. And so this was an idea. And so we see other ancient Near East cultures engaging in prophecy and other mechanisms by which to detect whether a prophecy is reliable or duels between prophets to establish which prophets are actually telling the truth. Prophetic duels need to be a video game. Just saying. It's a fighting game with prophets. What brings prophecy to an end and what sets us up for our transition to tonight is that, as you may remember, part of what happens in the theophany literature of the Hebrew Bible is that the God of the Israelites, Yahweh, makes himself known by revealing a bunch of very inconvenient rules. And by revealing all these very inconvenient rules, the idea is that the Israelites are bound to follow those rules, and Yahweh will protect them and give them the land and provide for them to have large families and agricultural surplus. Well, what ends up happening is that for various reasons, the Israelite state is destroyed and the Judean state is destroyed. And as you might imagine, when your entire theology is founded on a vassal contract, right, and your vassal, the person who justifies your vassal relationship, gets defeated, well, that's the end of that. And so, again, it's like you're living in a house and your landlord gets bought out by, I don't know, some sketchy investment firm. Well, you got a new landlord. You have no longer a relationship with old landlord. Well, now you got to deal with other gods. And so the Israelites have some pretty complicated problems in their hands. And the pretty complicated problem on their hand is we've predicated an entire theology on one system and it didn't work. Our God seems like either God is defeated or we're defeated, and what now? Right? What do you do now with the awkward relationship with your former landlord? And so what's going to happen is that prophecy, the idea that there are people speaking on behalf of Yahweh, what's going to happen is that's going to increasingly go away, right? And a new form of religiosity is going to emerge. And that new form of religiosity that's going to emerge is going to be a new kind of mysticism. And that new kind of mysticism is what scholars typically refer to as the apocalyptic. All right. Tanakh pop quiz. You didn't know, but you know this was coming. So, Tanakh pop quiz, and this is a trick question because, of course, it is. You're in a class about mysticism. Does anyone here know, and feel free to put it in the chat, where in the Tanakh are the events surrounding the Hanukkah story recorded? So I see Ashley saying they're not. That's the
Daniel.
Answer that's the less wrong answer. You're certainly right. They're not recorded straightforward. Anyone know where the events of the Hanukkah story are actually depicted in the Tanakh? Not in the Apocrypha, like in the book of Maccabees, where they're literally described, but in Tanakh, in the Hebrew Bible, in the Old Testament, as you may know it. Everybody's like, why are you asking damn questions like this? I'm the one taking this class, right? So actually, you are right. It is not described transparently in Tanakh. It is, however, described encodedly in the book of Daniel. It is actually encoded in the book of Daniel. Now, the book of Daniel is probably the least read Jewish book in the Hebrew Bible. It's in some ways one of the most confusing. But historical scholars of the Hebrew Bible, scholars of the book of Daniel, are fairly confident that encoded in a very elaborate system of symbols, the story of the conquest of Syria, Judea by Alexander the Great, civil wars between his generals that led to the various empires like the Ptolemies and the Seleucids, also with the rise of the Romans and the period of the Maccabean Rebellion, are in fact described using coded language in the book of Daniel in chapters 7 through 12. If you've never read the book of Daniel, it's a very weird book. And by the way, it's one of the few
few books in the Hebrew Bible that actually has extensive sections actually written in Aramaic. In chapters 7 through 12, there is a section that is encoded using a very elaborate system of symbols that describes all the things I just put out. Now, what's very interesting about this section of the book of Daniel is that the writer, whoever's writing it, is describing the very beginning of the Maccabean rebellion, right? But they never describe the end of it. Now, that leaves an open question. Why don't they describe the eventual success of the Maccabeans? And they're very pro-Maccabean, at least they're kind of tempered on the Maccabeans, actually, which a lot of people were because they were terrifying to anyone that wasn't a religious zealot. Everybody in this class will be killed by the Maccabees, just FYI. Everybody. They would gladly killed all of us for being, like, not them. Which is always weird about Hanukkah. Hanukkah's a complicated idea if you're a progressive, liberal-minded Jewish person. Because they're like, yeah, that's celebrating the very people that would have literally the Taliban of Judaism. At any rate, we don't know why they don't finish. We don't know. They may have just died. You know, it was a war, and the Maccabees didn't like people who could, I don't know, read. And so they may have just got killed. It may have just gotten killed. And so we don't see the end of it. But what's interesting about it is we now have a really good idea about when the book was written, at least those sections. They were written sometimes after the Maccabean revolt began, but before it ended. So we know it began around 160, and it concluded around 167 BCE. So we have a good idea about where that section of Daniel, when it was written down. Now, why would people encode things in strange language? Why would people encode things in weird symbols? Well, because it's a new kind of literature emerging, a new kind of religiosity emerging in the aftermath of the demise of the prophetic period, and that new kind of religiosity is what we call apocalypticism. Also, by the way, describing current events as if they're taking place far in the future is what we call in the literature ex eventu prophecy. The vast majority of historical prophets did not predict the future. We'll talk more about the ones that tried and failed in a minute. But the vast majority of prophets who describe all kinds of weird things, and I'm sure folks have read some sections from the book of Daniel or the book of Revelations written by St. John or Nostradamus, right? If folks have read any Nostradamus, it's always weird stuff like an eagle comes from the east and attacks the great bear, and the bear follows the sun, and the sun turns to blood, and you're like, what in the hell are you talking about? They're not describing the future. They're actually describing the present using encoded language, right? This is what we call ex eventu prophecy. They're describing things that have happened using codes. Why would they do that? Well, because it might be politically expedient to be a little cryptic, right? Because again, what is one of the things these people like to do? Criticize the standard order of things. And do you really want to be the person living in the Roman Empire being like, the Romans suck and I hate them and God's going to kill them all soon? Do you want to publish that? You don't want to publish that because they'll crucify you for it. So what do you write? Well, the Kittim, right, will arise from the sea and then blah, 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 right? You encode it. And the encoding mechanism is part of the apocalyptic liturgy. So what isn't apocalyptic? That's the first thing we need to do. I know, right, that when most people hear the word apocalypticism, they're thinking end of the world. They're thinking all the crazy stuff happens at the end of the world. The Messiah's going to come, and there's going to be this and that, the Battle of Gog and Magog, and there's going to be all this stuff that happens at the end of the world, the Battle of Megiddo, whatever. And so many people typically imagine that what apocalypticism is about the future, because the word apocalypticism has been filtered so heavily through Christianity, and Christianity does tend to think of the apocalypse as like something happening in the future, although early Christians thought it was going to happen pretty soon in their lifetime. Jesus kind of dragging his feet. But they really thought it was going to happen soon. And this idea that it's going to happen in the future is an idea really from Christianity that has sort of shadowed and flavored the way that we use this word. Most apocalyptic writers, most prophets for that matter, in the Hebrew Bible and the Jewish tradition, don't do much in the way of trying to predict the future. They just don't. In fact, the most famous case where anyone tried to predict the future in the Hebrew Bible is in the book of Ezekiel, chapter 26, where Ezekiel made what at the time was the single most predictable prediction that one could predict. That is, Nebuchadnezzar would destroy Tyre. Well, he predicted that because Nebuchadnezzar was destroying everything. Everything, right? It's just like predicting, right? Like it's like American imperialism will continue. Yep, it's going on, right? It's a completely normal thing to predict. And then they attacked Tyre, and it didn't work. Nebuchadnezzar was repulsed. And so Ezekiel himself actually has to come back later. He actually comes back in the same book and says, well, what I meant was, he has to reinterpret his own prophecy to explain the fact that he was wrong, even though it was a completely, actually predictable thing. So making predictions, especially clear predictions, is a bad idea, right? Folks may know the very famous quote from Friedrich Nietzsche, right? It never hurts a prophet to be too vague, right? If you predict on Tuesday, March 22nd, 2029, that blah, 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 well, your prophetic career rests on that. And so most of the prophecies, they don't predict the future by and large, right? And in general, this thing. By the way, that whole Nebuchadnezzar thing for people who are biblical literates is a real pain in their tuchus, because they have to go back and explain why the Bible, why a prophet got it wrong, and then why a prophet admits he got it wrong, and then how he put a spin on it to fix it, and then they further spin it to further fix it. And my favorite example is, yeah, it eventually got conquered by Alexander the Great 400 years later. Somebody conquered it, so Ezekiel wasn't totally wrong. I'm like, really? That's the best you got? Okay. Most Jewish apocalyptic texts just don't have much interest in the end of the world. In fact, when they do describe the end of the world, they almost always lean on Hellenistic ideas. And those Hellenistic ideas, specifically the Stoic idea, was that basically God was going to trash everything at the end. That there was going to be some kind of global conflagration, that the world would be ended, would be destroyed by a giant fire. That was a very common idea in the ancient world. And so, in many ways, the predictions they do give about the end of the world are themselves just the popular ones. If you were to go to a Greek philosopher at the time and ask, what's going to happen at the end of the world? They say, the Logos, the fire, is going to consume the whole world. They're like, sounds reasonable. They went with that. So it's actually basically, it's not even really in some sense a Jewish idea as it is a Hellenistic idea. It's a Greek idea. So let's put some context on this, right? I'm gonna say what the apocalyptic is in just a minute, but I want to put some context on this. What you have to understand about the rise of the apocalyptic is a time period in which it emerged, the political and theological upheavals that lasted from roughly about 586 BCE, when Judea was destroyed, the last independent Jewish state was destroyed, all the way up to around 135 of the Common Era, where the last attempt at an independence movement on the behalf of the indigenous people of Judea, Jews, against the Romans, led by Bar Kokhba, was defeated, with hundreds of thousands of Jewish people being killed in the process. What's important to understand about this political and theological landscape is that there is a major breakdown, as I mentioned earlier, in the theology of the time. As I mentioned earlier, right, this entire theology is built on what is called the Deuteronomic theology, which is, again, the idea that Yahweh and Israel have a covenant, and that covenant works in the way that the Israelites perform religious duties and Yahweh gives them stuff, right? So that is the way it's supposed to work. The prophets, the way that they understood themselves was as sort of a voice for God telling the Israelites, you're doing wrong, you're breaking the contract, and if you persist in this, God's going to punish you. God's going to break the contract. Well, after everything comes completely apart, beginning in the 8th century BCE, but by the 6th century BCE, the entire Judahite state is completely destroyed. There's just a serious problem. And the serious problem is, if the prophets were right, and if every single Judahite was massacred, well, that would have brought the prophecy to conclusion, right? You broke the treaty, and everyone's dead. Done. Right? And that would have been a very neat, when I say neat, I mean not untidy, except for all the gore of everyone being massacred, but it would have been a very tidy story theologically. Well, what happened? The Babylonians didn't kill everybody. They took the entire Judean aristocratic section into exile in Judea. And they kept on keeping on. not in the land, right? Not in their own land, but in Babylon. And not only that, they had a good time. We have extensive records of the Jewish population living in ancient Babylon. And we know they were living relatively well. They owned slaves. They had land. They had businesses, right? In fact, their life was so good in Babylon, in exile, that when the Jewish people were allowed to return to Israel, to Judea, by the Persians, many didn't want to go. They're like, why do I want to return to like a rock that has no inhabitable land? That's I can live here by these rivers, and we can like live in good. This is a great empire. But they didn't want to go home, and so when you go home, right? Because they weren't born there. They were diaspora Jews living in Babylon in comfort and security. Why go back to a wasteland to rebuild something, right? That isn't that great after all. It's like a rock in the middle of the Judean desert. And this was a big problem. In fact, there had to be Jewish people actually pressuring them to go back. So again, when we talk about the Babylonian exile and weeping by the rivers of the Euphrates or whatever, a lot of those Jews were not weeping by those rivers. They were very happy to be in exile in Babylon. And we know that because we have records of them living there. The problem, again, is a theological problem. They're still there. They still believe in Yahweh. What do you do when the prophecy meant that you were supposed to be destroyed and you weren't destroyed? So, does God make a new deal with us? Should we still believe in Yahweh? Like, the temple's been destroyed. What's going on with, what do we do with this Yahweh thing? The covenant doesn't make sense anymore. The covenantal theology doesn't make sense because there's a remainder that contradicts it. So, what do you do? What do you do? Well, there's a couple different options. You could try to maintain the old covenantal theology, and some people did try to do that. But you can see the logical problem of trying to maintain it. The covenant's been broken, the Judahite state's been destroyed, and its aristocracy moved to Babylon. They're still alive. What to do with that? That's a real problem. Well, what arises as a way of settling that problem, right? The way of settling that problem is by shifting your theology. Right? Never let a good catastrophe go to waste. You simply innovate your theology. And what ends up emerging is a new kind of Judahite theology. In fact, I might even argue that Israelite religion went into exile, but Judaism came back. The religion that the ancient Israelites practiced would be unrecognizable to anyone here. Like killing animals, burning beer and grain to appease a sky god. No one here recognizes a religion like that. But what comes out of exile is a theologically innovated, renovated religion that is much more like the Judaism that we might recognize now. So what happens is that they innovate. They theologically innovate. They develop a new theology that maintains the trappings of the old covenantal theology, but radically philosophically changes what it all means. And so, what are those kinds of changes? The first big change is that Yahweh can't just be the God of Israel anymore. To make this work, Yahweh has to be a God of everything. Not just God of Israel and what the other gods being existing out there in the world, like this what we call henotheism, right? Your God exists, my God exists, but my God can be of your God. That's what the Israelites basically believed. Now, the new shift is, not only can my God be of your God's not real. There's just one God. Monotheism emerges in the aftermath of this catastrophe. So the God of the Israelites is now said to be the only God, and that God is responsible for everything. And not just responsible for everything, but responsible for everything forever. God has a plan for the entire cosmos. Right? This is going to be decisively important. God is planning everything. And everything that happens is according to that plan, no matter how bad it is, no matter how confusing it is. In fact, the worse it is evidence for the fact that God is preparing something amazing. Right? So this kind of theology is going to be decisively important in this matter. So what also has to happen here, right, is that the Israelites, right, are going to have to begin to change the way they think about their relationship to this God, And the problem is, this God's going to have to tell them what in the world all this means. We're supposed to have this covenant, and it's supposed to do like this, and this is supposed to happen if we keep it, and this is supposed to happen if we don't. Well, we didn't, and we're still here. What's happening? Well, what ends up happening, what ends up emerging, is that new kinds of prophets emerge in which God shows them the plan. Right? Now again, hear the language here, right? The older prophets heard God and communicated what God said. The new kind of prophecy sees what God's showing them, right? It communicates what God shows them in literature. So this is a much more literary movement, and it's a much more visual movement. And it's so distinct that we now think of it as a distinct kind of religiosity. It's not prophecy. They're not speaking on behalf of God. They're describing what God has shown them, what God has revealed to them. And that is a completely different phenomenological mode of experiencing mysticism. Right? A very different kind of mysticism indeed. Now, what precipitates this? How do they get the ability to, what underwrites this? And the answer is really complicated, and the short answer is, we don't know. We don't know. Because we don't have good records about how this goes down. The best theory I've seen is that what ends up happening is that the Judahites go into exile and they come in contact with an up-and-coming important religion called Zoroastrianism. Now you have to understand that when the Judahite aristocracy goes into exile, the Judahite aristocracy is still a relatively, this is the right word to describe this here. The ancient Babylonians are like the New Yorkers of the ancient world. They're cosmopolitan, they're literate, they have an ancient culture that's been there for 1,000 years. They are wealthy, they have multiple giant temples, each of which is larger than the Israelite temple. It was a metropolis on an order of magnitude that the ancient Judahites could not imagine. Ancient Jerusalem was a backwater. It was a tiny settlement of 2,000 people, right, with that little temple there that was, not much bigger than a basketball arena, right? You're talking about an aristocracy that is a relatively backwater people coming into contact with an incredibly old, incredibly literate, right? When the Judahites wanted to write diplomatic documents, they wrote it in the language of the Babylonians, Akkadian. When they arrived in Babylon, they must have been bowled over by the bumpkinhood of their existence compared to the Babylonians. Again, this is like the Mississippi aristocracy being conquered and then dragged off to New York, right? You can't imagine the shell shock of what must have happened. Furthermore, they're coming in contact with a very dynamic new religion called Zoroastrianism. Zoroastrianism is, of course, a reform religion founded by the prophet Zoroaster, who we don't know much about. Even when he lived is not clear. But if I summarize Zoroastrianism to you, I bet it will sound immediately obvious what they believe. So, Zoroastrianism is a basically dualistic religion that claims that a good god and an evil god are locked into a kind of battle for the destiny of the world. The forces of good are represented by non-physical spiritual entities, and those non-physical spiritual entities are in combat with other non-physical spiritual entities that serve the bad guys. Angels and demons, right? That structure's there. Now, this good versus evil dualism is going to result in a titanic, catastrophic battle at the end of time. The forces of good will win. They will throw the forces of evil into a nether world, right? And not only that, there are even Zoroastrian prophets who are given tours of the underworld. Those tours of the underworld filtered their way up to Europe, and we're fairly confident that Dante Alighieri was influenced by them. The Divine Comedy is probably being influenced by these tours of hell of the Zoroastrian literature. Now, near the end of the world, there's going to be a savior figure, Saoshan, who will lead the forces of good against the forces of evil, and at the end of time, everyone will be resurrected bodily, they will be judged, right? And there is a massive set of literature, right, being composed by Zoroaster, and the idea is that your relationship with Scripture is more important in many ways than doing sacrificing animals. Those priests, by the way, are called Magi. You may recognize them from the Bible, right? Those are the guys that show up to adore the baby Jesus. At any rate, That should all sound pretty familiar to most of us. If you take a little Judaism and add a little Zoroastrianism to it, shake it up in your cocktail shaker, pour it in a glass, you have all the ingredients for a great cocktail called Christianity, or Islam, or apocalyptic Judaism. Now again, many people detest the idea that Judaism could be influenced, informed, changed by non-Jewish pagan people. I got news for you. When the Jewish people arrived in this area, they would have viewed the Zoroastrians as a completely intellectually superior group of people. And I can guarantee you they would have been influenced by them. So Zoroastrianism probably has a huge impact. In fact, many ways, Zoroastrianism has a huge impact in world religions in general. Also, a huge impact in music. You may know Freddie Mercury, the lead singer of Queen. He was a Zoroastrian. So thank God for Zoroastrians. They produced the least Freddie Mercury. So sadly, it's a threatened religion now. It's a very tiny religion, primarily located in Iran, America, and in Iraq, or in India rather. But they're not doing that great, unfortunately. It's pretty small. So we've now talked a little bit about the groundwork for apocalypticism. What is it, right? We call it a religious mode. And I use the word mode there for folks who have some background in philosophy, right? A mode of being. It's a way of doing religion. It's not a religion itself, but it's an articulation within a religion. It began to exist primarily in Judaism, but obviously it will persist with Christianity. In fact, Christianity is just, in many ways, apocalyptic Judaism perfected. It's when, in fact, apocalypticism becomes the religion, right? It's when the shift completely goes over to one side, and the apocalyptic is what really matters, and Judaism becomes an adjunct riding on the tails of the apocalypticism. One can imagine Christianity that way, but also in Islam. Islam is also largely an apocalyptic religion. Again, it's a religion based on a guy being shown things by an angel. It's fundamentally an apocalyptic religion. So what makes the apocalypse? Now, what's important to know about this is that no one sat down in Judea or in Babylon and said, I'm going to invent apocalypticism. What they did was be religious, and they innovated. And the specific religious innovations that they developed, we now call apocalypticism, right? So it's very important to note here, this is a scholarly term applied to an ancient people. And it's always important to note that when you do that, when you apply a schema to ancient people, it never fits perfectly, right? Some things are left out, some things are left in, but it's such a stable kind of scheme that we do think that this is an important and decisive break with the prophetic religion of ancient Israel. So what makes apocalypticism? The first thing is what I mentioned here at the last, but I'll mention it first, because the last will be first. Is the name apocalypticism, right? It comes from the word apokalypsis in Greek, which means to reveal or to uncover. And what's important about this literature is that what tends to group it all together is the idea that God is revealing something fundamental to the person, to the apocalyptic prophet. God's not speaking to the apocalyptic prophet, telling them, go condemn, some king, especially like king, right? Go condemn those people for being bad and being rich. That's the way a prophet like Amos works. God spoke, and Amos went and said, right, woe to you people, cows of Bashan. No, here we have God revealing various kinds of things to a human agent. And typically, that's being mediated by a divine, semi-divine being, typically an angel. So an angel shows up and says, well, let me show you something. And what do they show them? All kinds of things. What kinds of things? Typically things like cosmology. Apocalyptic Judaism is very interested in how the universe works. If you've ever read the Hebrew Bible, one of the things that is weirdly missing from the Hebrew Bible is any discussion of how the world is arranged, right? There's some vague discussions in the book of Genesis, but there's no real sense of like, what is the world exactly? Because they're not really interested in what is the world exactly, right? They're interested in what's going on in Judea with this king. So cosmology becomes very, very important in the apocalyptic mode of Judaism. Also, they're very interested in the past. This is sometimes ironic, considering that most people think of apocalypticism as primarily dealing with the future, but mostly the apocalypticists are interested in the past. So they're very interested in how did we get here? And the thing that they're very interested in is where did evil come from, right? Because if evil is in the world and it's out there, what kind of existence does it have? And they're very interested in where it came from. You'll never see much in the Hebrew Bible about discussing the origins of evil, right? Even the whole talking snake in the Garden of Eden, the writer of that story in the book of Genesis never says, and that's where all evil comes from. It names some things, right? You have to work for your bread, and women's child pain, and the pain in having a child will increase. By the way, it says that the pain will increase. It never says it wasn't. It just went worse, right? So it never says, and that's why everything went off the rails, right? The apocalyptists will be very interested in this. Also, they're very interested in the use of symbolism, right? The Bible doesn't do much in the way of symbolism often, right? But the apocalyptists will be very interested in symbolism. Very. They're, in fact, virtually encoding their writings. And also, again, as I mentioned earlier with the Eggs Event prophecy, they're going to be really interested in engaging in the same kind of social criticism that we saw in the historical Israelite prophets, but they're going to be doing it in a way that, in a literary form, in which they encode those criticisms by describing them as if they're happening in the future, right? So they describe present events in an encoded way as if they're happening in the future. That's going to be a tip-off for an apocalyptic writer. Amos didn't encode anything. He called people cows for being rich. He's like, you people are bad because you're rich and God hates you. Like, he's not encoding anything. Like, he's not like, and the cows will eat and become fat of the land. Blah, blah. No, he's like, I hate you people and God hates you too, right? That's not what these apocalyptic folks do. Also, what they're really interested in is oppression, right? They're very interested in oppression and tribulation. Specifically, why do bad things keep happening to us? If our God is the only God, and we have a special relationship with this God, why did the Greeks just like whip our ass? Like, that's a bad thing? Like, we just got whipped by the Romans. They just killed like a bunch of us. Like, what's going on, God? Right? That's a real important question to ask, right? I mean, we all ask the sort of like, why do bad things happen to good people question? It's like, why did we all get wiped out? Or most of us. They're very interested in why this tribulation's happening, right? And again, I say tribulation. The idea is it's real bad for a while, but for the apocalypticists, God has a plan. And not only that, the apocalypticists claim to know the plan, right? They claim to know the plan. They're also at some level interested in the end of the world, right? Now, and I say end of the world, what they're really interested in is the righteous and the wicked being separated, and the righteous being rewarded, and the wicked being damned. There's no hint of that in Israelite religion. Everybody in Israelite religion went to the same underworld, Sheol. It doesn't matter if you're a good person or a bad person. You went to the same place and suffered. Well, the apocalyptists say that's not fair. Bad people will get punished. This idea comes directly probably from Zoroastrianism, right? So bad people get punished and the good people will get rewarded. That's the extent, really, of how things are going to go down in the future. And of course, right, why does that make sense? Well, it makes sense because a lot of good people, or at least people they thought they were good, were suffering enormously under foreign occupation. They're also interested in otherworldly journeys, right? They'll go on journeys of the various realms of heaven, or they'll go on journeys to the various parts of the afterlife. It's very dualistic. That is to say, the world in apocalyptic literature is very starkly divided between the good guys and the bad guys, right? And the good guys are going to win, and the bad guys are going to lose. You don't see that in Israelite religion. In Israelite religion, the prophets are, you're doing bad, but if you do good, God will not punish you. In apocalypticism is, you are bad, and God is going to destroy you. It's a much more dualistic world. Which again, if you study history, in times of intense political crisis, right, dualism emerges. The good guys and the bad guys, right? Whether it's the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, right? Or whether it's the sons of light versus the sons of darkness, polarize the world, and that's often how you describe. And again, I think Marx is a kind of apocalypse anyways. He would hate that idea, but he can happily roll in his grave. Paying back some of that anti-Semitism on the Jewish question. So anyway, right? Also, what's really important about apocalypticism is someone's going to fix all this, right? Because clearly, if you look at the time period being conquered by the Greeks, being conquered by the Romans, being massacred by various people, it's pretty clear that we're we're not going to be the ones to fix this. And so what do they say? There's going to be some kind of savior figure who's going to enter into history and fix all this. And that, of course, as it ferments a little while, becomes the fine line of messianism. That some person, or persons, by the way, early messianism never agreed about how many it would be. Many people thought it would be two messiahs. And one of those would die, right? And another one would become a military general and win. So ancient Judaism was never clear about there being just one messiah. Many sections of Judaism actually believe there would be at least two. So, right? Now the Christians fix that by like having him die and come back later. They're just waiting on that last part. So they can roll it into one dude, which is pretty smart. Also, there's all kind of anti-messiah characters, right? You have a good guy fighting for the good guys. You're gonna have a bad guy fighting for the bad guys. That's the antichrist. And there are lots of different stories about the bad guys, right? Christianity really likes the bad guys too, and they make for good movies. The structure of heaven and hell is going to be a big part of the apocalyptic world. If they're going to describe to you where you're going to go when you die or when you get resurrected, they want you to know about it. And if there's really vivid depictions of the hellish worlds in the afterlife, it's pretty motivating. Like, I don't want to go there where they like boil you in excrement forever. That sounds bad. I don't want to go there. I'm going to be a good guy, right? So they're very interested in the structures of the various heavens and the hells, and they're also interested in the idea that behind the scenes of what's apparent to us, the world is actually being dominated by a vast majority of spiritual creatures. Typically, we now know them as angels and demons. And so, again, if you look at the Hebrew Bible, there are basically very little in terms of angels and demons. They kind of show up from time to time, right? But in the apocalyptic, they are everywhere. Angels and demons are literally all around you, engaging in titanic spiritual warfare for the destiny of the world. Right? And every country has its own angel. Right? Michael's the angel of this country, Gabriel's the angel of this country, and every country has their own demon, etc. So the scale of things is also bigger. In Israelite literature, they kind of don't like the Egyptians, and they kind of don't like the Assyrians. But you never have a global analysis of the world, because they're kind of a parochial people. The apocalyptic writers are not parochial. They imagine the entire world divided into countries, and they explain political science in terms of this spiritual battles that are going on behind the scenes that we don't see. Their literature, which we'll talk about more in just a moment, is typically pseudo-anonymous, although they like to claim that very ancient people wrote them. So Enoch wrote this, or Abraham wrote this, or Shem, right, wrote this. So they like to allege ancient authorship, because, you know, if it's just like Menachem, the dude down the street, wrote this, who cares, right? Like, Manny wrote a book about angels? Oh, yeah, Manny, the guy that like fixes up shoes. Like, the hell does he know, right? So, you know, Manny the shoe guy, Manny the cover's like, nah, Enoch wrote this, right? And so he puts Enoch's name on it, right? The patriarch who never died and was like, you know, Noah's grandfather, whatever. Noah's father, like, yeah, Enoch, that dude, yeah, he was real. Let's read his book, right? So you throw a name like Abraham on there, and people are willing to read your book. They're not going to read Manny's book about the end of the world. No one cares about what Manny thinks. So let's talk about this literature, right? Let's get into what makes this work, right? Why would anyone write all this stuff down? Well, the first is historical and psychological. You're living as Judahites in a world of theological and political turmoil, right? Now, I don't know about you. I don't like turmoil. And when my life is in turmoil, one of the things I try to figure out is, why is this happening to me? Right? Because we think, because we're stupid, that if we understand something, we get power over it. You don't. Right? You can be real smart, and they basically just like throw you into a jail or whatever, right? But, again, if bad things are happening to you, you want to understand why. There's no person I don't think of, right? You can be as existentialist as the day is long, right? And you're still going to want to know what's going on. Why is it happening? Right? Why is this happening? Very few people are going to suffer through immense, like, physical and psychological turmoil and think to themselves, okay, guess that just happened. Right? Most people don't do that. So what do? They try to explain why it's happening. Further, right? Not only do they want to explain why it's happening, They want to feel like it's not for no reason. No one likes the idea that you just went through a traumatic experience and it's meaningless. You're on a rock, free from the sun, in the middle of a void, and in 4 billion years, the sun's going to swallow this planet, and every bad thing that's ever happened to you is not only not going to be a memory, this Earth won't even exist. We don't want to, that doesn't make sense from a human perspective. We want to understand why our traumas are happening. We want our traumas to mean something. And so, what do they mean? Well, the overwhelming data we get from the apocalyptic literature is that God has planned every single thing that's happening in the world. So this is a very deterministic literature. And that your suffering is not random. It's part of a plan. And what's that plan? The end of the world. Right? The world is going in a very specific direction, and God is going to make things right. Punishing the wicked, rewarding the righteous, this is all part of the plan. I think also I don't Nietzsche a lot tonight. What's wrong with me? Right? I think Nietzsche said, right, that the person who has a why can endure anyhow. Right? The person that has a why can endure anyhow. People can get through anything as long as they have a reason why it's happening to them. Right? I think I may have the backwards. Right? And so the idea here, right, is that basically what you get is you get a reason why it's happening to you. And what's the reason? It's all part of a plan. And the apocalypticist has been revealed that plan. Lastly, a big part of this entire whole drama is that no one likes being colonized. No one likes being oppressed. No one likes having their country destroyed by foreigners. No one likes foreigners moving into their country and taking all their stuff and enslaving them. No one's really about that. That's bad. And so you want to protest against it, right? You want to protest against it, right? When the French come into Algeria and destroy that country, the Algerians are like, we ain't having it, right? And they protest against it. Now, there are a lot of different ways you can protest. One way of protesting is militarily trying to fight the Romans. You can try that. And people did. And they had very limited success. You can also write books about how they're bad, and God hates them, and God's going to judge them, and God's going to kill them eventually. Now, again, as I said earlier, you can't come out and just write that way, right? Boo the Romans, Tiberius sucks, God's going to kill him. And the Romans are going to be like, that's interesting, how would you like to be crucified, right? So they're not going to do that. They're going to encode it. And if you know, you know, right? Hamavin Yavin, right? If you know, you know, and anyone who knew how to read this literature could read the code. They're like, yeah, the Romans, they're going to get their ass whooped by this. God's going to whoop their ass. And you're like, yeah. And the Romans are like, what are you reading? Nothing. Right? So that was a way of encoding this. Now, how does all this work? God has to tell you. God has to reveal to you the plan. You, the apocalyptic prophet. And that's what this literature is. It's the plan. It's the way the world is structured. God built the world. God structured the world. History itself is unfolding according to very set rules set down by God, and everything is part of the plan. Everything's part of the plan. And the apocalyptic literature is marked by that revealing, that uncovering. As you might imagine, in a world of turmoil, which, I know, Jewish people go through turmoil, right? Every once in a while, there's a little turmoil here and there, right? Little turmoil. You can imagine this was an incredibly persuasive form of religiosity. It explained why the world was the way it was, right? It described why bad things were happening. It told you where it all came from. It tells you how it's going to all end. And it tells you that the things that you're going through as a people, as an individual, are not random. And they're not punishment from God. Right? Also, by the old Israelite theology, every bad thing happening to you is punishment from Yahweh. Right? No. You're suffering because that's part of the plan in which Yahweh is secretly collaborating and is going to want to do. That idea, I don't know about you, right, is one of the most seductive ideas imaginable. And again, when I track this onto things like, again, folks may know, I wrote my dissertation on Marx. It's difficult to read much Marxist propaganda as anything other than repackaged apocalypse, right? It reads very much like an apocalyptic literature, right? Evil emerged with various modes of production, right? That's being driven forward by history, and eventually it's going to come to a cataclysmic battle, and after that, everything's going to be great, right? bishop Rothschild or whatever. You're like, didn't we heard this already? Right? But Mark's like, it's material now, son. It's not God doing it. It's history. So you can see how influential this has been. The apocalyptic form of literature flourished for hundreds of years. One could even argue for 1,000 years, beginning roughly about 350 BCE and extending all the way through the Middle Ages, honestly, right? Because, Jews with the turmoil, it continued. And so the apocalyptic literature kept being produced. Christianity is in many ways an apocalyptic religion. It's a religion that more forcefully accepts the apocalyptic paradigm than any other form of Judaism, with the exceptions of the Essenes, those folks living at Qumran that wrote the Dead Sea Scrolls. They believed it so much, by the way, that when the Jews revolted against the Romans, the folks that lived at that site, if Josephus can be trusted to do anything other than make Josephus look good, they fought. They thought the world was about to come to its final end. They tried to organize a resistance to the Romans. They were massacred at 2 battles, and guess what? They stored all their scrolls in the caves near their buildings, and they never came back for them. Why? Because they were dead, because they thought this was all part of the plan. Lucky for us, scrolls sat there more or less for a couple thousand years, and now we have them. And we can even see in the literature where they're planning for this battle, even describing the banners and horns that they will be blowing and carrying in the battle. And I bet you, when that legion of Roman soldiers were like, why are they blowing horns and stuff? Right? And they were like, they think that's going to work. And then the Romans massacred them, and they left their scrolls there. Apocalypse is a hell of a drug. I mean, like, when you literally believe God's going to intervene on your behalf at the very last moment to save you, if that's your battle plan, stay home. Right? If that's your strategy, and that was their strategy, it seems. Many of the big books of the Hebrew Bible, like the book of Daniel, is imbued with apocalypticism. The War Scroll and the Dead Sea Scrolls is a very apocalyptic text. Perhaps the most famous apocalyptic text of all time is the Book of Enoch, a book not included in either Christian or Jewish literature, but preserved, thank God, by the heroic people of Ethiopia, who have never been colonized, FYI, because they fought like the devil to have it not happen, and they're brilliant tacticians. But they preserve all these writings that are so important in Judaism. So anytime I think about what the Ethiopian people have done to preserve Jewish writings, I am in enormous thanks for what they've done. So what's going to also happen, and we'll get to this next time, is that apocalypticism is also going to give rise to a new form of mysticism called the Merkava mysticism, which we'll be discussing next time. How do you get this vision? How do you go see what God has to show you, or what angels have to show you? Well, spiritual techniques were developed for this, and a new form of mysticism arose as a subset of apocalypticism in which mystics describe going into God's palaces and being shown this stuff. We'll get to them next week. It's scary. As you might imagine, that's what the angels. Apocalyptic Judaism, right, and rabbinical Judaism, however, never quite saw eye to eye. The rabbis never fully embraced apocalypticism, right? Because the rabbis are all about the day-to-day keeping on of religious survival, not the titanic battle at the end, right? The rabbis are more like, how do we do Judaism now the temple's destroyed? How do we move the temple into our home? And the apocalyptic people out there being like, God's going to judge these people tomorrow, right? So, in many ways, apocalyptic Judaism was never quite meshed with rabbinical Judaism. And again, I gave you one famous quote from the Talmud, right? It says that for every time you try to calculate when the Messiah will come, God delays the coming of the Messiah the years that you calculated in the future. The rabbis don't like this. Right? When Rabbi Akiva said, right, that Shimon Bar Kokhba is the Messiah will save us all, the other rabbis made fun of him. They're like, grass will grow in your cheeks before the Messiah comes. Like, that's not going to happen. Unfortunately, grass didn't grow in his cheeks because he didn't get buried because he was burned alive for supporting the Bar Kokhba rebellion. So, sometimes history's mean, right? The apocalyptic is very, very dangerous. But it was incredibly popular. On the screen right now is a short list of all the apocalyptic literature from this time period. If I were to grab my collection of apocalyptic literature off the shelf, it would be longer than the Hebrew Bible. An enormous amount of literature, right, was produced in the apocalyptic genre. Dozens of books that were very popular. For instance, at the the Dead Sea Scrolls, there are more copies of the Book of Enoch than there are copies of Leviticus. That's Torah, folks. That's like the Torah. The Torah. There are more copies of the Book of Enoch there, right? They're more interested in Enoch. If we can take the amount of scrolls they had, right, as any indication. So the apocalyptic literature was incredibly important. And even with the rise of Christianity, it didn't stop being produced. We have dozens of Christian apocalyptic texts, right, including the Apocalypse of John, but other ones. You might be asking why. Well, Jesus had that habit of not coming back soon enough. And Christians underwent turmoil too. They were being persecuted by the Roman Empire. They were being marginalized by the Jewish people that didn't really like them. They thought they were weird. They faced their own turmoil. Jesus wasn't coming back, and people started dying. Well, what do we do with people dying and Jesus not coming back? Year after year after year. Well, you invent further and further apocalyptic ideas about what's going on. And the persecutions are all part of the plan. Right? Martyrdom becomes a thing you should rush into. Because it's part of God's plan. Right? Part of God's plan. Of course, also in the Islamic literature, apocalypticism will also become enormously influential, and many apocalyptic Christian and Jewish ideas also make their appearance in the Quran. The Dajjal is a good example of a sort of antichrist character, the Battle of Gog and Magog, the main battle at the end of the world, which occurs in the book of Daniel and is translated into the book of the Battle of Megiddo in the Christian literature. Even the return of Jesus and the resurrection of the dead, these are all apocalyptic ideas that also occur in Islam. So Islam is also deeply influenced, and in some sense, an apocalyptic religion in itself. Judaism is going to increasingly abandon apocalypticism. And the answer for that is the same answer why the book of Maccabees is not included in the Bible. The rabbis, right, and also, by the way, why the Hanukkah festival is not about the Maccabees, it's about a miracle. The reason why? Disastrous rebellion after disastrous rebellion. The rabbis didn't want any more Rambos. They were tired of that machismo, we're going to fight the Roman stuff, because it just got us killed. So they said, we're not doing that anymore, and we're not going to prioritize that. And so, as you can imagine, this apocalyptic literature really gears people up to do rather extreme things, right? Because, again, they all think it's part of the plan, and God's going to intervene in history and do whatever. And it doesn't happen. Over and over and over again, it doesn't come to pass. But the rabbis don't like this, they think it's dangerous, and they marginalize it. And eventually rabbinical Judaism, right, moves past apocalyptic literature, and very little of it gets produced. Well, not so much. Very little gets produced in the aftermath of the 135 rebellion by Bar Kokhba, but there is some, right? There are some texts that do get produced, like the Apocalypse of the 10 Signs, and Perkei Mashiach, and things like this. So the literature does survive a little bit longer. Just to wrap up for tonight, folks, needless to say, apocalypticism as a mode of religiosity, I would argue, is the most enduring mode of religiosity in the world today. So enduring that apocalyptic ideas have entered even into things like Buddhism, right? Apocalyptic ideas flowing from this tradition have even entered into things like Buddhism. Om Shinrikyo is a good example of an apocalyptic quasi-Buddhist sect. You may remember them for having poisoned the subway system in Japan with sarin gas in the 1990s as part of an apocalyptic agenda. To this day, in a 2012 poll, nearly 15% of people worldwide believe the world will end in their lifetime. That's millions of people, folks. That's hundreds of millions of people that believe the world's going to end in their lifetime. That's an apocalyptic idea, right? And apocalyptic sects are a huge part of American religiosity. One can think of the Branch Davidians out there in Waco, Texas, and other kinds of things. And again, of course, those folks, part of the reason what motivated them to stay in that building was an apocalyptic understanding of history. And of course, that probably led to them being massacred by the U.S. government. They had their own hand to play in it too, but I do think that was pretty significant mismanagement. Anyway. Well, rabbinical Judaism and Kabbalah are going to win the day over and against apocalypticism. Apocalypticism was enormously important over the course of about 500 years of Judaism specifically, and it has made an enormous impact on world religiosity. I might even argue, like I said earlier, that apocalypticism as a mode of religiosity is perhaps the dominant religious mode in the world today. Right? I would be willing to make that argument, I think. But what's going to emerge approach in terms of mysticism for the purposes of our learning together is that a form of apocalyptic, practical apocalypticism, that is to say, a mysticism in which mystics attempt to descend into the throne room of God, is going to emerge out of the apocalyptic literature. And that form of mysticism is going to be what we'll be tackling next week, called Merkabah mysticism. Merkabah, chariot mysticism. You also may know the word Merkabah because the Israelis have named a tank their equivalent of the M1 Abrams after the chariot of God, which seems appropriate for a whole lot of reasons. But at any rate, what I want to put on the screen right now are just some recommended readings. If you want to grab these ISBNs, and I'm also going to share these slides with everybody for the class so you can have access to the slides later. But if you want a great apocalyptic literature reader, it's just a collection of apocalyptic literature. This is a really great text by Reddish. The large scholar of apocalypticism in the world now is John J. Collins. His book, The Apocalyptic Imagination, is the definitive study of apocalypse. It's the book. Right. If you take a college level class on apocalypticism, you'd be reading Collins' book. If you're interested in Christian apocalypticism, Bernard McGinn, the leading scholar in Christian mysticism, has written a really great book about apocalyptic traditions in the Middle Ages. People like Watson Fiore, nuts in the most amazing way possible. And of course, also John Reeves has published another text on trajectories in Near Eastern apocalypticism, and this actually covers Jewish apocalypticism through the Middle Ages, which doesn't get much play, mostly because a lot of it's not been translated, but Reeves provides a great introduction to that literature, which is also forms of apocalypse that survive into Jewish apocalypse that survives into the Middle Ages. So, again, another form of mysticism that emerges from the breakdown of prophecy, but renovates prophecy to do a phenomenologically different task, to show rather than tell, and show what? The whole plan of the universe, and how you, as a Jew, right, or as a non-Jew, maybe as a Roman, how you fit into it, right? And that form of mysticism, I think, is just incredibly important. Christianity, I mean, we all think Christian folks are predicting the world or whatever. None of this is imaginable without the apocalyptic turn in Judaism during beginning in the 4th century.
Welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore the garden that is Jewish mysticism and copy.
What the fuck happened here? That didn't record? They didn't record there? What the fuck? Well, maybe this is the last episode. Something's recording, I'm sure. Really? No. Good job recording that shit. I'm sure I'll figure it out. Okay, again, that's love it. What is this bullshit? Hilarious.
Picture in a time when we start the episode to the end of the episode of the people on the show and what happened, and it's always insane and crazy and unbelievably well done. A short amount of time that he does it. What's happened? We have some gigs coming up. Stand Up Live in Phoenix in September. I'll be in Toronto, and just for laughs, guys. I don't know if I'm allowed to announce that yet, but whoopsie, I just did. And then maybe some other gigs in Canada that I'm not allowed to talk about, maybe just yet. I don't know why I wouldn't be allowed to talk about them. That probably means it's a pretty big deal. So if there's some big deal happening in Canada in the next few months, I'm probably going to be there too. But yeah, you see what I did there?
Just confused everybody.
And everybody in this room, and the Canadians right now, are like, "Oh, I know exactly what he's talking about. Thank you, thank you, thank you." Fuck yeah. So let's get it going, shall we? Every week I have two amazing guests on the show. This one, very special. Very excited to have these two on. Two of my favorite comedians, two of my favorite correspondents from The Daily Show. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Al Madrigal and Asaf Mondvi, everybody. Unbelievable. Awesome. Al Madrigal. It's exciting. Fuck yeah, guys. Get on in.
Hey.
Here they are. Al, this is your second time on the show.
Second time. I think I was too nice the first time.
Fuck yeah. I love that. We're going to let it rip. Awesome. I guess that means you're good.
It's awesome.
Yes. Awesome. Yes.
I don't. This is like some Americanized comedy. Just top back up.
Sort of. There's
No, I mean,
no winners and losers.
Yeah.
You just talk to them. Sometimes it's constructive criticism, and
Right.
that can be great.
Yeah.
And either way, that's
That's
what
what
sign
people
up
tell you
for.
when they say they suck.
I said
That
this
was
last time.
constructive
I
criticism.
can't believe any of you fuckers subject yourself to this shit. I know this is a good podcast,
You
but
wouldn't have signed up for this when you first started comedy.
fuck no. Under no circumstances would I have ever signed up for this. I barely did open mics when I first started out. I fucking hated the entire process. I looked at one guy who just started in San Francisco at this place called the Lucky Store, which is like fucking tenderloin, homeless people passed out. I looked at my buddy, I'm like, what do we need to do to get into comedy clubs? Because you call this number every fucking I go, I'm just gonna do that. And just started fucking doing that. And never ever do this years. But good luck.
You know, every week, instead of me asking a question, I like to leave it in somebody else's hands to ask our esteemed guests questions. So I always have Pat Reagan, the band leader, give us something that he might want to do.
Yeah, Pat, what do you got?
Right ahead.
All right. Well, first for Austin, I have a question. I got this theory, this uneducated theory that recycling is bullshit, and I just want to know: do you think recycling does any good for the planet?
I have never recycled a single thing in my life.
He burns it in his backyard, just like.
I burn things. Yeah, I just create huge bonfires. No, I think recycling is probably a good thing. I would encourage people to recycle. That's what I would say. Go out and recycle. I never know where the fuck to do it though. Where do you? I never see any. There's no like in my building. There's no. Cans or blue cans.
So it just all goes to the same place.
All of the. Here's what I do. So I have about 45 plastic. recycle them. But I don't know where there's a place to do it.
You just
So I
find
just
the
drive
nearest-
around LA with like a huge pile of just water,
All
plastic
you gotta do
water
is find the
bottles.
nearest old Chinese lady
And just give
then
them, just
fucking
give them to her.
open up your car door and go
I'll
security
drink
again.
this tonight. And then
Hey Pat, why don't you stick to fucking playing songs and not asking shit questions?
Yeah,
That was
exactly.
the worst.
I was just gonna. I totally agree with you. Al.
That was the worst fucking question
Pat
I've
Reagan
heard.
from 3-Point Range. Pretty fitting that it was a recycling joke because that joke was garbage. You son of a bitch. That was unrecyclable garbage. And you better hope you have a better question for Mr. Magical.
First of all, I'm glad you knew the difference. You know that we get confused for each other constantly. On the day, like anytime I'm off doing something, there's a U.S. News and World Report article. Asif Murphy was in Virginia today, and so I could just picture him, and I was there. And
it's like you have a beard. It's so, like, you know what I mean? Like, we're completely different, right? You have glasses,
beard, hair.
You have hair. You know,
You do have excellent taste. Shirts.
Yeah.
You guys are both brown.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
You think that's the reason why? Because
I think so. I think that's
it's
all
just a
it takes.
shade of brown. Like I've even been mistaken for Wyatt at times in New York. Yeah. I actually, he's the black guy on the show. Or was up there. But you know, Wyatt had a huge afro and like a long, and it was like I would get mistaken for him all the time. I think, you know, I think white people panic when they see brown people and they don't know, like, what would happen. I think what happens, here's what I think happens. They see you, they know that you're not me, but I'm the name they come up with in their head. So they panic. They're like, you're Wyatt. Awesome. Like, they just throw out a name of one of the brown guys, hoping that it will land. Don't you think?
I just anytime somebody comes up to me and says, "Awesome, love your stuff." I just say,
Fuck you.
I know I do. I go, "Fuck you," and I walk away. And I'm like, "Ah." So
I did that once.
I'm glad you know the difference between us. But what is your question for me?
Okay, Al, and I don't want to come at you from a place of hostility.
Yeah, no, you shouldn't. That would be a huge fuck. Just
I know. I don't want this.
No, you're a San Francisco comic. Were you not today here this last time? Oh, you're
First Bay. I'm right at the start of the day.
Oh,
Starting
okay.
here. But yeah,
Another fucking mistake.
my question.
Well, yeah, go ahead.
Wait. I don't want you to make fun of me on that.
I won't.
Okay. Anyways, so I have this long-standing.
He gets shit on a lot on the show.
It's just I joined the show with so much. I held myself in such a high regard.
You held yourself in high regard. So what you just said?
See, but now everything I
That's
say
what
is
honest
now
made fun of him all night.
I didn't. Okay.
You know you're on stage with a guitar, though, right?
You know you're talking right now, right? You know that. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
This is my favorite thing, by the way. He totally did. He became the new band leader about like 8 or 9 weeks ago, and I just watched him.
Where's the band? There's no band. Why are you calling him? He's a guy with a guitar.
I told him he could do whatever he wanted. He could have any of his bandmates with him, and he just soaks it all in for himself. You would think
You can't call yourself a band leader. You're just sitting there with a guitar.
You're right. You're right. I won't even.
We're not the first people to shit on.
Oh no, but that's exactly what I was getting at. Is over the last 8 or 9 weeks, I've gotten to watch him get slowly drained of every ounce of confidence.
but
super experienced comedian.
Right, just people that he totally hooks up to.
Fucking rail.
He wants you guys to like him so much, and every other guest that I've had on over the last 8 weeks, and they just lay into him.
You seem like a nice guy.
What's your question for
all right, Al, so this is a very ignorant perspective, but I feel like all the money to charities just goes to lining the people around charities' pockets.
That's true.
Do you think charities are bullshit?
A lot of them are. A lot of them are. A lot of people are lining their pockets, but they're also lining themselves with the feeling of, basically self-worth. I watch all these. Look, charities do an amazing amount of stuff. You can't shit on charities.
Just shit on charities.
But it's like, what? I know that Wyclef Jean, or whatever the fuck his name is, if you look into that charity, look into a lot of celebrities with charities that take all the money and use it on private planes. Yeah, a lot of them are fucking shit. And, so you want to use
Michael Vick's charity.
Michael Vick's charity, I know nothing about. But,
I'm pretty sure Pat's asking this question because his new career is having a charity for the career that he was going to have before.
Yeah, why these questions? Why the recycling and the charity questions? I'm in a cynical place, so I'm just like thinking that everything
that's good
is under describe the show that's just like darkness, charity, recycling, anything that like people say like, they want to save the planet. There's kill yourself.
Now, Henry Phillips already exists. You can't be a fucking depressed guitar comic. You are a guitar comic. You have
a musician.
You're a musician.
Sound like a guitar comic.
Yeah.
But,
no, I'm a musician.
Okay.
You're a guitar comic. You're a comedian who uses the guitar because your jokes are
because I've written songs all my life. I'm a musician, dude. Listen, like,
well, he just duded you. We have a dude. Wait a second. He's duding everybody. For those of you paying attention, there was a dude fired off.
It's like
I'm sorry, I was half paying attention to Mick. I just heard a shitload of the Stetisonic fucking callbacks, and
experienced comics come up and shit on me playing guitar. It's like that's what I do because I write songs.
We know.
I'm up here, and I don't know, Al. I don't know, man.
You duded tonight. Just know that before we move on right now, which is about to happen right now, just know you duded here tonight.
I'm just trying to get in shape for whatever comics come up. So that's all I'm doing. And no offense. You seem like you're very talented. And you're very nice.
He's just not showing any of it right now tonight. But
you guys
are just not as a musician.
I think with other band leaders, you just gotta laugh.
Look how upset he's getting.
He's serious. I've never seen him
biting his lip.
You're gonna laugh.
Yeah, no, the fake.
Yeah, just do that.
Can you do that? Yeah, do that.
That's all we fucking want.
That's all we want. That's all we need.
And then get somebody else to ask questions.
That's why he's my band leader.
Slap again. Yeah, there you go.
Nice.
There it is.
That's it.
And he can play a chord.
That's all you gotta do.
I feel like we could destroy Pat Reagan all night, but
let's bring out the comedian.
Instead, let's do that. Over 30 comedians signed up for the opportunity to do 60 seconds of stage time here tonight. This bucket is filled with pieces of paper with new, young, or old, just starting, anything. It's always crazy. Comedians, you know your 60 seconds is up and you hear that sound of a kitty. It's adorable. That needs wrapping up then, or else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. There you go. Wow. There you go. They wonder why the speaker system's broken every week here. It's because of 3 seconds of bear roar. Anyway, we're going to have a lot of fun. Let's get this thing started. Are you guys ready? It's Kill Tony 111 or something like that. Something insanely ridiculous. Here we go, everybody. Your first comedian tonight goes by the name of Cameron Brexler. Here we go.
How's your Father's Day, everybody? I'd say it's kind of tough, though, right? I mean, my dad wasn't around, and my mom's single, 3 hot babies.
like online dating back then when I grew up. She ended up marrying a Jehovah's Witness. I was like, I know it's hard to find a man, but did you have to marry the first guy that knocked on your door? Just wait for a salesman. Let's get some Encyclopedia Britannicas or something. But I was just grateful. Grateful to have a dad. I don't care if it's a stepdad. As soon as he came in, I was like, Dad! He's like, Dale. Dale was cool. He was one of those guys that used to tan with a shirt on, you know, but then he would wear not button-ups, button-downs, so you could see his red neck. So,
Here we go. Very good. That was his time.
Thank you.
Oh, magic.
You certainly got all the beats down. What made you want to become a stand-up comic?
It's just an exercise.
Exercise. Exactly. That's what I thought. No, it's not.
No, I like comedy.
Yeah, whatever. How do you have a commercial agent? Yeah, that's what I thought. So, listen, just because that's fucking working out, no. Trust me, this is the worst part about stand-up comedy in LA, as far as I'm concerned. People who can't do that well decide that this is something that they can do for a career. And people notice them if they fucking start doing stand-up, and it fucking kills me. And so, I appreciate that you have the fucking beats and the tempo down, but this is the fucking one of the worst parts about LA and stand-up, is having to watch guys like you fucking with their boots and their nice jeans fucking come up and do what people have decided that their life's calling is not. I have it in my act. It's a line in my act. Just reading what my life's calling is somebody else's fucking last resort. And that's not the case. So I appreciate that you got the fucking beats down, but fucking beat it.
Unbelievable. Perhaps one of my favorite feedbacks ever on the show. Hundreds of episodes.
Happy Father's Day.
Wow. Cameron,
I liked it. I think in the future, I think you're very good looking, which helps, and you're white and good looking. So life is going to be fine for you. You don't need to do this. You're going to be fucking fine. It doesn't matter what you do. You're going to come out on top.
He's just trying to balance me out.
No, I'm just saying, like, this guy doesn't.
Oh, you're going to be fine.
To do comedy,
You don't need to do
you're a handsome white man.
and they can act. You're like,
Are you straight?
Quit taking
You're
ugly
a handsome,
comic stage
straight
time
white
from
man.
now on.
You're gonna be totally.
I just haven't made the right man yet.
so you do some acting.
Yeah.
Are you an actor?
You'd be good at that.
Just do that.
Yeah,
Okay.
you play a great Dexter if I wanted to be like Dexter that just kills himself each episode. I'd watch that.
He's a good actor. You act
Well,
just
Rabbi,
like a stand-up
Living the
comic.
dream, dog. Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. Thankfully, how are things in your neck of the woods?
Come up here. It's great.
No, I don't know why
Yeah,
I said
it's
it.
gonna rain.
I don't know why you fucking did it.
It's what? It's gonna rain?
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, well, just stay inside. You'll be fine.
How long have you been doing stand-up?
You know,
Too long to admit to this crowd.
How long?
it's
Too
great.
long
Look,
to admit to this crowd.
The real answer.
What's the answer?
No,
it's going to rain.
Yes, sir.
She got caught up.
Oh, non-stop. All right.
I didn't know I'm screen sharing it, so I thought I saw you to get right and move me along.
All right.
I don't know how long I'll be in here.
Why don't you know how long you'll be in here?
I don't know how many days I've been in here screen sharing.
Oh, like almost more than 300.
Wow, how many years have been here?
Your 1 year anniversary is this summer.
Yeah, 1 year anniversary this summer?
Yes, sir.
Wow,
It's pretty amazing.
that's pretty cool.
You're not going anywhere, are you?
No,
Good, because I love having you here.
I'm not going here. I'm staying right here in this call.
That's right. One day we could uh, have a big dedication to you because you're so amazing.
Yeah, we can have like a anniversary in this call. Cause that's how long I've been here.
Yes, sir. Be exciting.
That'll be fun. See, right now my neck plasma is in the weather, and when the weather freaks this one, cause I got my weather coming to my area, so I'm trying to manage.
Okay. Well, just stay safe and the weather will pass.
Say something the weather will pass it.
Stay dry, my man.
Yeah, I will.
Okay, good.
They call off my softball practice because it's gonna rain.
Oh, you had a game cancellation?
Yeah, cause of the bad weather.
Okay. Well, then you need to stay safe.
Yeah.
You'll be fine, though.
Yeah, I have somebody get me through to get me through the weather.
Yep. Well, I'm here to keep you company, big man.
Yeah.
If you need
I got
anything,
Mr. Carson in here listening.
yes, ma'am. If you need anything, let me know.
Oh, I'll be here. I'll be here.
I know you will, big dog.
I'm always in here.
Yes, you are, and I love it. I love it more than just about anything in the world, my friend.
Yeah, I agree.
Excellent.
I want to make myself feel right at home.
You are right at home. This is your home. This is your digital home, my friend.
Yes, amen.
Excellent.
I wouldn't have it any other way.
Same here, my friend. I love having you as a friend.
Yeah, because that socialized Discord is not a fun place.
No, it's not. No, it's not. But this one is. We're always doing something fun.
Yeah, I heard you had a podcaster, and
Yeah, I did his podcast yesterday, and I'm going to do it next Sunday and the following Sunday, God willing. And I'm doing another podcast later today, so that should be fun.
I want to be in your podcast.
You want to be in the?
How long have I been? Because I've been here a long time.
Yes, sir. Well, they interview me, so that's basically what they do. We talk about cool stuff, and then they publish it, and then we get more people finding out about what we do, which is cool.
I heard you make a box.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, they just do a lot of work for me that's like tedious and boring, and so they make things more efficient.
I got one of my camera's doing mess now. My camera on my picture of my Mustangs is just sitting there saying failed camera.
Yeah, why don't you restart that device and we'll see if we can figure it out.
I'm glad you helped me get my internet battery back working.
Absolutely.
Oh, because I'm not in the car.
Oh, you're out in the car?
And it's working on this end.
Oh, which one?
There it is.
Okay, good.
Yep, it's working. Finally got to work.
That's wonderful.
Yep,
I see you now. I see you now. Hey, there you go, big dog.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. In the flesh. The man, the myth, the legend. Brandon.
Yeah, that's me.
That's you.
The man, the myth, the legend, always Ruby.
Yes, sir.
You see I was screen sharing the Bible right here last night?
I see you're always screen sharing cool stuff.
I was screen sharing the Bible.
That's great. I love when you screen share sports. That's my favorite.
Yes, I love sports.
Yes, sir.
I'm always in here screen sharing NBA, soccer, golf,
Everything.
you should not.
You're Mr. Sport. They could just call you Mr. Sport.
I'm Mr. Sports Guy.
That's right.
Cause I'm the one that screen share all sports.
That's right, my friend.
And hopefully I said, I told one of my girlfriend I was going to be a sportscaster.
Very well. You
broadcast sports radio.
That's right. You got a girlfriend?
Yeah.
No way. Good for you, Brandon.
Yeah, I got a girlfriend.
Good on you, my man. Look at you, little Romeo.
Yeah.
Excellent, my man. Well, that's great to hear.
So I'm always in out on this call doing talking to my girlfriend.
That's cool. Yeah, you could be a sportscaster someday. That would be neat.
Yeah, I can make sportscaster one day as much as I screen share sports there.
Yes, sir.
That's about all I do, screen share sports and weather.
That's cool, my man.
The cool thing you don't know about me, I'm a weather geek.
Oh, really? You're a weather geek? You like the weather?
Yes.
Okay, very cool. Well, very well. So you like when it rains or no?
I love the weather, but not the bad way.
Yeah, not when it's scary.
The bad way is not the other way around, you know?
Right.
Because the bad way is going to turn you. But it's a late school all the way matter because it's going to what? Because it's going to get bad.
Okay.
That's why they ain't school all the way.
It's not the grind like you, sir.
I can't fucking take it anymore. See you later.
Bye, Cameron Drexler, everybody. There he goes. There he goes. It is frustrating, isn't it, Al? Like,
I don't like it.
It's not the grind like you, sir.
I can't fucking take it anymore. See you later.
Bye, Cameron Drexler, everybody. There he goes. There he goes. It is frustrating, isn't it, Al? Like,
I don't like it. I don't like the fucking actor turned stand up.
You're right. No stand-up.
Other way around. That's fine.
This is the fucking greatest. This is the
I was so nice. To each his own. Do whatever you want to do. Fuck.
Now I'm just hoping everybody bombs all night. So we can watch more of that. That's amazing. Put your hands together for Sean Hart, everyone. There we go. Sean Hart.
Thank you so much. I tried fucking a trapezoid the other day, but I couldn't get an angle on it at the time. It was really embarrassing. I was at a geometry orgy. There were parallelograms and rhombuses and trapezoids, but no one was fucking. What a bunch of squares! Am I right? What a embarrassing. I tried. Let's see. You guys into Suicide Girls at all? By round of happy applause. Anybody like Suicide Girls? Yes. Yes, wonderful. Nothing more punk rock than really well-lit softcore pornography. I'm endeavoring to become a pornographer myself. I'm going to start a site with Jewish and Armenian girls. I'm calling it Genocide Girls. Is anyone going to subscribe to my website? No, no one will. You think punk rock tattoos are hot? Wait till you see the state issue tattoos that my girls have. Yes. I just flew into town, and boy, are my arms tired because I had to strangle a baby the entire flight. Anyone else ever have to mercilessly just... What's the deal with airplane food? It's always crying and screaming for its mother. I ate the child, everyone. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, thank you.
Wow. One of the first people to ever do 6 minutes in 1 minute.
Yeah, no.
Man. I just don't, I mean, you went geometry and genocide.
Yes.
That's, I don't, I mean, I'm the good guy. That was brave of you. That was a brave choice to go not funny. Right? I think that was brave. To get up here, it's not easy, and to, dress the way you dress. And what is that? That's what's that? This. I'm wondering if it's the whole package thing.
Yeah,
it's
it's
the whole
really interesting.
presentation.
Not a lot of people purposefully dress like a school shooter, but you really pulled it off here tonight. Like, there's got to be some guns in those pockets, right? That's the only time a white kid wraps a black hoodie around his waist.
Now you're.
No, it's Monday night. I don't think anybody should be looking too slick coming to this place. I know it's a problem with the first guy.
But now the pendulum may have swung the other direction.
Yeah, a little bit. But that's fine. I saw you sitting in the back with that other guy listening to some music. What was that about?
He's a musician. I am too. I was just listening to some stuff.
Jesus, just everybody a musician.
Everyone's just basically.
Who here wants to be a stand-up comedian? Is that anyway?
comedy band. We tour a lot. That's
Oh, what's that called?
Tartar Control.
Oh, that's fun.
Like toothpicks.
Yeah. And then, do any, like, you purposely, like, not get laughs? Is that your thing? Like, you're just gonna go, no, I've seen it happen. It's a device that a lot of people use. And so you're gonna,
Wait, comics?
yeah. So, like, it's a sort of, like, so you intentionally are trying.
Sometimes it starts
mocking.
a little awkward at first.
Yeah.
I don't mean to mock stand-up, but
Okay.
it starts awkward, usually, as it just did now.
Yeah, no, 1 minute, again, I'm going to say it one more time. 1 minute, impossible. Did I tell the story last time I was here when the guy gave us 3 minutes and I told him to go fuck himself?
Yeah.
Yeah, so, wouldn't even do 3, don't know how you're doing this, but balls for everybody to do this, great. So, but you just in general, that's how you typically would start a set.
I tend to feel nervous initially, so I feel like it's good to.
Yeah, but you seem like you're a funny guy in your band, whatever. You see, you're a funny guy, right? You sort of look like this emaciated Mike Horowitz, like, right? And so,
How long have you been? I just don't think you should start with the geometry.
Oh,
No, I know.
I think that's just it's too much to think about right off the top.
you know, it's also your tempo, man. Like right now, you're talking normal.
No, of course. I was trying to push everything for time. I was just trying to cram.
I'll never do that. That just made it awkward. We all got coke buzz.
Yeah, anybody can do that at any point. You can take an hour-long set and do a half an hour, and if nobody understands what the fuck you're saying in a half an hour, then it's not working.
But I'm just trying to, what I'm trying to get you guys is, it does go well for you sometimes.
Yes.
Okay. Occasionally. All right. No, but like, what's your percentage of having great sets? 75% of your sets are great sets.
Great sets, 75%. I'd say that's a high ratio for anybody. If you're going 75% great,
Okay.
how much is good? 90%? 95%?
What's your definition of great?
Yeah.
Everybody has a really good time. Set the bar low.
Okay, so
That's why it's a
they could be drunk and then
Has anyone seen him out doing spots?
John, I didn't recognize you because when you performed Tartar Control, did you guys wear
Ties.
and like
Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
fucking
they're
crazy
robots.
disguise, man.
there's a robot and they scream. There's a robot and they scream.
Whoa, do I smell a
characters?
musician rivalry over here? Uh-oh. Wow. Throwing them under the
Would you
torment.
consider what you do singing?
Yeah, I sing.
You sing, but Pat thinks you scream.
My buddy screams.
It's pretty punk. It's like punk, but with like
Punk comedy.
beats with the robot.
So, and then would you prefer that went well? Like, if you could Tartar Control took off, what do you care about more, Tartar Control or your stand-up career?
I feel like it's all the same thing.
Pretty sure it's harder
I do a lot of different kind of performances, but the one that's always sucked, as you may have seen, is the stand-up, which is why I've worked on it for so long.
How long?
You know, it's a long time, like 13 years now.
Wow.
Yeah, you see what
But see, what happens is a lot of us is, and everybody else can take this note, is distracted by so many things. You can never be good at stand-up. And so, if you don't focus on it, then it's never going to fucking come to fruition. Yep. All right.
Sean Hart.
Thanks
Sean
for the last
Hart.
guy.
He's on Twitter at Sean Anthony Hart. Cameron Drexler's Drex AFX. There you go. A guy who's been doing stand-up 13 years.
Everyone-
The guy before him has been doing it 7 years.
Crazy.
That's what I love about this show is somebody that's been doing it for 2 weeks is about to come up here and murder right now.
Well,
It happens every fucking week.
can I
I feel
just say
so
this?
bad for the guys
Yeah,
who
can
are
I say this
before.
real
Yeah.
quick? But they've been doing so much other shit. They're so distracted that they haven't really been doing it. Somebody who's been doing it for a year and a half has done more stand-up than both those guys combined.
Sure. There you go. Motherfuckers.
Do I seem like next? Who's next?
Ooh, somebody wrote their name down on with green ink. That's always a little bit foreshadowing. Always something interesting. When people don't use a normal pen. That's one of the things I've learned from this sign-up piece of paper.
And that's crayon.
Yeah, it's basically fucking crayon. This is a first. Put your hands together for Tom Howard, everyone. Oh, he knew it was him. He knew he has the green crayon. Tom Howard, everyone.
So, I'm trying to decide whether or not I like my friends. I was walking down the street with a buddy of mine, and this very attractive girl walks by us. And not even 5 feet when she walks past, he nudges me in the arm because I'm a ruined that pussy. And he keeps walking. Now, 2 things. One, it's completely disrespectful. And the other, why would you want to ruin a pussy? Why would that be your goal in life? Like, it brings joy and happiness to millions of men. Why would you do that? You know what happens to a pussy when you ruin it? It becomes a vagina. And nobody wants a vagina. That's for, like, popping out kids and disappointing husbands after 12 years of marriage. So, I haven't gotten laid in a while. It's been about 1 week. Not 1 week in numerical value since the song 1 week by the Bare Naked Ladies came out.
I really like the 1 week joke. Didn't get a laugh from anyone, but I would have laughed if I was a human being in the audience.
The vagina joke is good. Also, I saw what you're getting at. It's too bad there's not like a word that you can use that sounds more sicker or textbook style. Like,
Yeah, I was gonna say go find a different word. Now, vagina.
clitoris.
Well, no, I don't know if you know this, Tom. I know it's been a while, but let me tell you, the clitoris isn't actually a word for vagina. It's hard.
That's the pussy boner.
It's a different area completely, Tom.
There's a reason why you haven't gotten laid.
It's going to be the first time where a comedian learns about the birds and the bees after.
Can we back up and talk about what are you a musician?
No.
Are you an actor? Commercial actor? You're a stand-up. All right, there's a first one. So it's a big round of applause for stand-up comedian, ladies and gentlemen. He looks like a stand-up. He dresses like a stand-up. He acts like a stand-up. He has material like a stand-up. This is an actual stand-up. Ladies and gentlemen, it's amazing.
Still think you should quit.
Well, it's very interesting with that first joke. Dave Chappelle does a very similar joke about 50 Cent beat that pussy up, and you should watch that and see what he does with it. Pretty fucking amazing. Yeah, it's Dave Chappelle. But like that just will sort of show you where you can take that premise, don't you think? Like, because watch what he did with it, and
Also, Joe Rogan had one using a dick instead of a dick and a penis. Like, no one wants to see penis. Like, right. Same kind of thing.
yeah, and you're gonna find that most stuff has been done. But did your friend really say that, or you write that?
I used to belong to a frat.
Yeah, so that's really fun.
Where at?
OSU. Ohio State.
Oh, wow.
We're on the West Coast. I know that means different things.
Oh wow, no, it's great. So I would go with very specific stuff about the fraternity and stuff like that you would maybe the people would have a hard time writing that did not go to Ohio State.
Right.
So that's like your first place to write down all of that shit and right.
So you're basically saying just telling him just don't do Dave Chappelle jokes.
I'm saying that really, really, really write from a place that no one else can, and that's very specific to you. And start there, and then everything will.
But when you write, don't write with the green crayon. Do you think one of the reasons why you don't get laid is because when you're signing a check on a date, you pull out a green crayon? What's the deal with it? What's the story with the green?
Well, I just stole it now. I think the reason I don't get laid is usually hospitals out the door.
When did you fall flat and everything? Really? Of course.
No, it's best in this case.
What is the vagina? I mean, obviously, you have no idea how to please a woman.
When this is happening, if any other comics come up here and don't try to make jokes at this stage, just answer the fucking questions and everything will be fine. So just answer the questions. So you've been doing it for how long?
October. So now over 9 months.
I mean, big round bucks. I think, and again, I don't care if I've done them better than the other two combined. Just because this is it. Now you're out here. Where do you live? What are you trying to do? You coming here every night? Where are you going?
Yeah, I'm trying to get out every night. I got work, but
how many spots are you doing like a week?
I do about 10 a week.
Oh, so 10 a week.
Maybe, I mean, like trying to do 2 a night, but it's mostly like Sal's where
When you work, where are you working? Where are you making money?
I work at Home Depot on Sunset.
It's gotta be real, right?
Yeah, that really is. That's great. A frat guy. You have a college education from Ohio State. You're working at Home Depot.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, that's all my material. That's like a half hour worth of shit.
What do you do at the Home Depot?
I sell doors.
Wow. This is getting better and better. It's just like you never have to use the word vagina in your act. Like you've got all this great material in your life.
Especially since you know a lot more about doors than you do vaginas.
Right. Exactly.
I think that was productive.
Yeah.
Do you have any questions for us? No, sure.
Do you guys, how do you feel about the new host of the Daily Show?
Oh, I'm about to stand up. Oh, fuck, are you?
Looking at the top.
Excuse me. I don't understand. No, we're about to start nominating.
About my delivery.
Oh, that's just, it's going to take you.
I do have a problem with your delivery. I ordered a door about 3 weeks ago. Dude, I'm waiting for.
Nice.
Yeah,
I think that's our closer. Right. Look at that. Thank you.
Tom Howard, everybody. See, people can do good, and they're new. We had a girl on last week that had only done it 7 times ever, and she fucking murdered 10 punchlines in 60 seconds without rushing it. It can happen. And maybe this person, look at this, looks like a new name. Put your hands together for Kayla Crawford. Kayla Crawford, everybody. Uh-oh. No. Kayla Crawford.
You know what that means?
She just got blacklisted. There it is.
Good job.
Done. The end of show business for you. Put your hands together for William Larkin.
Have you seen William Larkin before?
Oh, from the middle of the audience, William Larkin.
Can I stop you before you even start? I love this. No, this is what I'm fucking talking about. What else is he gonna do? Like, this is the same. No, it's the same way I feel about myself. I love it. I love him already. I don't care what the fuck comes out here.
It's because he's wearing the same shirt as you.
Yeah, that's a little bit
That's
of it.
why.
But all right, disappointed. No, don't say that. Just fucking. All right, here we go.
Let's give it up for
William Larkin, everybody.
So I just got a dog, a puppy, and drug home's all like getting married, you know. I'm wondering, is this really worth it? Is this the one? You know, thought monogamy was a religious thing. In the old days, people used to have sex a lot. He's a boy dog, and when I look at my parents and a girl, you want to give her a belly rub? Just go, haven't given him one yet, but it's worth these. We will see on that one. Yep. I didn't write the jokes on my hand because that would be unprofessional. Anyways, whenever you have a dog, he chooses who he loves more, the mom or the dad, right? But we don't know who he loves more because he cuddles with my wife more, but he hugs me more. So I don't know. Am I just a booty call or is there something more here? I don't know. Yes.
Fuck yeah, William Larkin.
What did I say?
Al Madrigal really won that set. You stole that set from him.
I love how
with your amazing dead-on prediction.
I love how Al was like, you know what? I was too nice last time I was on the show.
And then all of a sudden, 100 episodes in, you're the first comedian ever to just get the complete nod of approval before a word comes out of his mouth. Because look at this things, and you were right.
But you look like did everybody see the molest dogs? Isn't that funny? Doesn't he look like he molests dogs?
Yeah.
It's perfect. It's the perfect act for you. No advice from a guy doing it perfectly.
William, where are you from?
Phoenix, Arizona.
Yeah.
Been doing stand-up.
Almost a year.
Perfect. This is who we like. Creepy guys.
What else? You do acting or music or anything?
No, I do either of those things.
Yeah. Take some acting classes. Yeah, I cast you.
You might.
I'm not saying no. I want to take
Hey, that's the thing. I think you're wrong to something there because I would suggest you take an acting class. As an actor myself, I just feel like it would help you. I think your material is funny. I think you could project a little bit.
Okay.
And you can make a little bit more eye contact.
Yeah.
You can have a little bit more of a stage presence.
I love him just as weird as he
I know.
is
No,
right
I
now.
think he'll still be weird. He'll still be.
The craziest part about your set, you have a wife?
You do?
That was the most surprising part of the whole thing.
Wow.
Is she here?
When you said you're the wife.
She's not here.
I didn't know that they allow giant 12-year-olds to get married. How old are you?
I shaved last night, okay? Because I heard that if you have a beard, it makes you less trusted. You feel trusted.
You didn't start in Phoenix?
No, I started in Phoenix.
Oh, where? At Santa Dan Burr's dead. Oh, dear.
I feel like it's weird.
That's crazy.
I like his honesty.
Oh, I love it.
Why are you licking your lips?
No, you should look at me!
It's a giant baby. Wants his pacifier. Come on. Let him lick his fucking baby lips. How old are you?
Dry.
Enough with the beard. Sure, we believe you shaved your beard. Whatever, 13-year-old. We get it. You get a beard.
You're
Big baby
23?
all grown up.
Another perfect thing about it, it's just, this is the guy that we need to be seeing around here more often. Like this is a stand-up comic, ladies and gentlemen. A little weird. There's nothing else he can do. He's not trying to do it for any other reason. Do you have another job?
I do.
What do you do?
Video store.
I didn't work in a video store, but I worked out lab.
Thank you.
You work in a lab?
Yes, I did.
Wow.
Pathology. Super boring. So boring. Sold my soul because I need money.
What do you do in a lab?
I'm a PA, so I open specimens, dissect people's gallbladders and shit.
That's great stuff, though.
Yes.
That's like,
It gets better and fucking better for
this guy. I'm telling you, Pat, do you see what I'm talking about? This is making any sense to anybody else here. Like, this is not, he's not handsome. He's not well put together. He's goofy as all shit, and he works in a fucking lab.
Like a young Bill Murray.
Yeah, exactly. I'm telling you, I would, if you have an agent or a manager.
Well, you do now, kid. Welcome to show business. Hollywood, see?
You will in no time. Good luck to you. Keep doing, how many spots are you doing a week?
Shit, not many, to be honest. When I first started, I did a lot, and then work.
What the fuck was that?
We have a little clip of William Larkin's stand-up special. There it is. William Larkin's giant baby.
How did you get that? That sounds just like me.
Yeah. How long have you been married for?
Less than a year.
Where's the ring?
Don't wear it.
Whoa. More material, everyone. Here we go. Why don't you wear it?
It's uncomfortable. I'm not getting any side action.
No chicks?
No.
Does your wife wear it?
She works in the day.
What does she do? She's the school teacher that started fucking him and made him marry her.
I wish.
I'm still convinced he's.
What does your wife do?
She's
a CNA. She works with the.
He's look at you two, just a couple fucking heroes, huh?
Yeah.
Does she look like a big baby too? You guys
Shove me in the face.
You guys go to sleep together, put each other in the crib, and fucking.
Did you just say your wife has a food face? No. I didn't say
Shove you in
that.
the face.
No.
She's a shovel.
What'd you say? You said she's
chubby.
beautiful. She's the most beautiful woman I've ever seen.
Wow.
I love you, honey.
Is she watching the stream right now? Is she on my.com?
I want on that Periscope, man.
Are you from LA? Where are you from? Phoenix. Oh yeah, Arizona. And how long have you been here? A year?
No, I am just here on vacation.
Ah.
Yeah, my wife's going to go see Ed Sheeran, and I was like, fucking Comedy Store. That's right, the Comedy Store. So I drive down.
Yeah, there you go. That's another night in the life of William Larkin, everybody.
But that's another reason why you like him. William Larkin, ladies and gentlemen. Let him hear it.
Fully endorsed.
Came to LA. They said it couldn't be done. His wife's at a fucking concert and he came here.
That's right. William Larkin. I don't think he's married. I don't think he's 23.
Everything was a lie.
I'll allow it. I won't question it. Sure, I shaved my beard yesterday. All right. Who didn't get cubes yet? That wasn't beard. I've seen this guy before. We know him. We love him. One of our favorites here. Put your hands together for Tamp Fam, everybody. Here he is.
Hypothetically speaking, if I were to hang myself, I'm gonna do it while masturbating, make an autoerotic asphyxiation. It's just very appealing to me because I'm sure that I died doing what I love, embarrassing my parents. My relationship, especially with my dad, is pretty existent. But he is still my old man. So my life's dream, the only thing on my bucket list, is to make enough money that I could afford to put my dad into a really nice retirement home and then dump him in a shitty one anyway.
Boom! Tam Fam does it again. Fuck yeah. Look at him catching his breath after another new 60 seconds of pure fucking assassination.
Wearing an adult shirt.
Yeah, every time, let me update you.
Yeah.
Every time he's been on the show, 5-6 times I feel like he's crushed. And he always wears a shirt that says @Tamp Fam Comedy on it. He has his Twitter handle on his shirt. So the people that saw him for the first time not wearing that shirt tonight, I could tell who in the crowd seen him and who hasn't. Because everybody's been sort of crazy because everybody's been telling him to stop wearing this fucking shirt.
All right, I understand at a certain point you have to become like a marketing person to do stand-up comedy. You fucking Twitter and all that shit, but don't let it overwhelm and distract you
what the real mission at hand is, and that's doing as many spots as you possibly fucking can, and all this other shit, and your Twitter handle. I took my Twitter off my phone. I fucking hate it. And I know I'm talking to, Brian with fucking Periscope on, you tweet nonstop. But it's fine for some people, stand-up comic, just do that, right material, you're doing a very good job. I think all that shit, the self-promotion is just fucking 2 cents and shut the fuck up about it.
But having said, I thought you were funny.
Yeah, no, he's very funny. That's why.
People were laughing the minute he walked up on stage.
But that stupid shirt that you wore with the Twitter handle makes you seem like you're just some.
I love it. He's not wearing the shirt. He's still getting roasted for wearing the shirt. He finally changes it.
No, but you get that? Why you can't? You're gonna burn all those fucking shirts? Like you can't. No.
But you also have to find a shirt that fits you. So. You don't have to wear that shirt, but just wear the child's shirt.
Is the Tam Fam shirt underneath that shirt?
Oh,
wait, really? Is it? Unbutton some buttons there, Tam Fam. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Wow, it's not there. Wow, great. I like it unbuttoned like that. Awesome. Tam, how long have you lost the shirt for? When did you lose the shirt? Just for tonight, or?
Once it started again overnight.
Wait, that was a t-shirt. Now you're wearing more clothes. Right. Yeah. You're wearing 2 layers. Started sweating, so I lost the t-shirt and put on this winter coat. Fuck yeah.
Was it a sweater or what was it?
Tam, can you make it to the Ice House Friday? I'd like to get you on the desk watch. Wow. Fuck yeah. Somebody just turned the Ice House into the Rice. If you know what I'm saying, he's Asian as fuck, everybody. That's a lot smarter than you just gave it credit for. You should have laughed harder at that. Now I'm judging you. Tam, you got that shirt. Obviously, it's not your size. You just left it at your parents' dry cleaners, and you just grabbed it. When did you stop? So it's been in the past couple weeks. Have you noticed a difference between the level of laughs that you're getting not wearing this shirt compared to wearing the shirt? Have you noticed any change at all? Have you been paying attention?
How about the Twitter followers? Have they dropped tremendously? It doesn't matter, does it? And you just fucking. So, again, some people are going to take you more seriously. Again, maybe in a better shirt. In a shirt that doesn't have your Twitter handle on it. Just keep seeing how many kids. So, what? Any questions for us? No, Tam, get the fuck out of here.
Wow, Tam Fam went for it.
He was, here's the thing, it's like, fuck you, Tam. He ain't a brown person. Did I just say, being a brown person, I didn't want to lean into the whole, sort of Asian stereotype thing, and then he asked me that fucking question. And now I'm like, the Asian guy asked me about The Last Airbender. That's
unbelievable.
What do you want to know about it?
Man, I can't believe he went for it.
Yeah,
I really did.
Policy move.
He really threw you under the top of the train on that one. You fuckers. All right.
We got Tam
comedy.
Jam Fam Comedy, everybody. See him at the Ice House on Friday. Excited about that. Every once in a while, Brian goes in an extra spot. This looks like another new name. Steve Bennett, everybody. Here we go.
She was lined up. She was ready to go.
Hello.
Hey.
So I went on this blind date the other night and everything was going really great and all. And I think I had a little bit too much to drink, so he offered to drive me home. And then I realized really quickly that he was actually blind. So, thank you guys. That was nice. What else? Do we know why men get into relationships these days and move in with their girlfriend? Anybody? Because the houses don't clean themselves, and sandwiches don't prepare themselves either. Hashtag feminism. And yeah, that's all I got. Sorry.
I'm going to stop you right here.
You're the good cop!
Sorry, I know I'm the good cop.
I'm sorry.
I'll do you a favor.
Don't do it.
No, don't do it.
Schizophrenic.
You only had a minute. You've been stopped at 42 seconds. Another person killed Tony history. I love this. I absolutely love this. I'm like, wow, this is going to be like, you know, a real, very extremely structured episode of Kill Tony with the two Daily Show correspondents on it. And instead, we're lost. Just broken it down, and I fucking love it. I couldn't be any happier about it. Christine, if you were to do, and I'm going to stand strong with my panel here and continue the stoppage, but I will do this.
What was your next joke?
What would you have done if you had 20 more seconds? What would you have talked
Just talk us through it.
Well, okay, let me back up.
You only had 20 seconds left, so what were you going to close it out with before I say stop?
You know, I'm not blank up here. Oh, everybody says that! I know everybody says that, but I really wasn't expecting it.
How did you match that sound effect with that moment? It was incredible. It's like we literally heard her brain just explode inside of her skull. That was incredible. Holy fucking shit. Christine, oh god. How long have you been doing stand-up?
3 months.
Really? How many times have you gone on stage?
4.
Something you've always wanted to do?
No. I came here to be an actor. And yeah.
Fuck yeah. So you came here to be an actor. What happened? How long have you been in LA?
3 months.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
How's it going? Did you act anywhere else?
Well, I'd been taking classes in Austin for 9 years, and then I was in like a few things, and then apparently I have really great hands, so I became a hand model. And then I realized my career was going nowhere, so it was time to make a move. And then I bought it.
No, it's okay. You have to do that. But I just don't see why you actors don't just fucking act.
Well, because let me explain something to you. It's hard.
I can understand why an actor might get up on stage and explore being a stand-up in some ways and tell jokes
Sure.
and try to figure out how to, I mean, you act, right?
I love it. I enjoy it.
You enjoy it. I just think that it wasn't funny. That's all. It wasn't. I mean, I think that it's just a case of
he's being polite. It was horribly unfunny. funny. It was some of the worst stand-up I've ever seen in my entire life. But
Thanks.
The good news is,
yes, there is a positive side of all of this. Is that you should just do what you came out here to do. Again, you're getting distracted from the mission at hand, which is you should be an actress. You want to be an actress. You spent 9 years working in Austin being a fucking actress, and you came out here to do it on a professional level, and there's no way you should be deterred by that. And for you to sidestep and jump into what you think people want you to do or some way to get noticed is not the way to do it. You should just work your ass off becoming an actress. And that's it.
I have a better job for you, actually, than even acting. Ready for this? You're ambient now. You are ambient. What the fuck just happened in this film?
Because you just tried to. You gave a very heartfelt, sincere. Are you ticklish?
Okay, Ryan, you just had to do it, didn't you? But I get the feeling that this extra 20 seconds that you would have had to have done, I feel like maybe you would have turned everything around. Are you sure you don't remember?
Do you really think that?
No, but I'd love to see it while you're It's like watching a gif of a train wreck right now.
You've only been on stage 4 times. I mean, so even if you want to really try to do comedy, you have to make sure you have jokes. That first joke, I didn't understand what the point for a guy.
Did you do the first joke again? Just,
No.
just say it.
You don't have to want to do it again.
The good news is that when you're acting from now on, you'll always be able to reference this moment when you're trying to cry. It's always, and if you ever forget, just watch the video of this. That's going to be out to hundreds of thousands of people.
Oh, fantastic.
It'll remind you.
But you don't seem very nervous. You seem like you're
I'm not really nervous.
sort of.
Just disappointed.
All right.
Dream
Well,
stress.
you couldn't expect to do well, considering these circumstances. So I don't.
Fourth time on stage, almost did better than the guy that's been doing it 13 years.
Yeah, it's true. I mean,
what are these O's, by the way? You guys can fucking stop with that shit. You want to go O? Go down to the Laugh Factory. Go watch some good old fucking Christian comedy. Pieces of shit. Whoa. How the fuck did you guys get in here? No more O'ing. You either laugh or you don't.
and if you're a fucking commercial actor trying to get noticed, walk out of this room now.
Yeah.
Want any more fucking of you fuckers up here?
I feel so bad for the people that are commercial actors and still have their names in the bucket and can't leave.
No, I mean, look, if you really want to be a comic, and you don't want to do that anymore, you can do it. You just have to work at it.